Woolie, it's not often in these episodes that we begin the call and I feel immediate and thick terror.
What's happening? What's the issue?
Maybe the issue, Woolie, is you're wearing a suit.
You know what we gotta do at some point.
You think you're special, you do. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it when you laugh.
Hello,
at
Woolie.
me. Look down on me and walk around on me.
What does that say? That doesn't make any sense. How is this a challenge for you when it's a plane ticket to Montreal?
You know, these gloves were given to me by someone that believed in me. Hunter, I'm never gonna forget that. I'm also never gonna forget that I used to believe in John too once. Until he got tapped out by a 7-year-old?
Let me ask you, Woolie. What's worse? Getting tapped out by a 7-year-old? Or getting tapped out by the person who got tapped out by a 7-year-old?
Check out my melody. Check out my melody. Check out my melody. Just one more fight about your leadership, and I will straight up leave your shit, 'cause I've had enough of this, and now I'm pissed. Yeah, this time I'ma let it all come out. This time I'ma stand up and shout. I'ma do things my way. It's my way or the highway. Someday you'll see things my way. 'Cause you never know, no, you never know when you're gonna go. Someday you'll see things my way. 'Cause you never know, no, you never know when you're gonna go.
I know there's a little more gray in my beard today than there was yesterday. But I also know that in a couple days' time, I'm about to be a father, John. And for her sake, before her story begins, I'm gonna end yours. John knows I made him. He understands that everything he has in his life, he owes to me.
You know, people keep asking me, why do you want to hurt your friends? I don't want to hurt you, Woolie. I want to fix you. I want to know that when that little girl is born, she's looking up into the eyes of a righteous man. And what that means is I have to take you the way you are right now and break you. Let all that malice, all that insecurity and pettiness just bleed out. So, many years from now, on that little girl's wedding day, when she's lived the most full and beautiful life with a father who can give himself to her, I can walk up to her and I can look her dead in the eye and just say, "You're welcome."
I need to beat you, John. I need to beat you more than anything in this life.
What does this mean for Versus Wolves? You're asking me about a podcast. You're asking me about a silly little show where two people talk in front of a camera. This is so far beyond that.
I don't know how we got here. I don't know why this is the situation we find ourselves in. I'm not your enemy, John. I'm just a mirror that's here to show you who is.
I'm here to help him. I'm here to help him become a better person.
What do I hope is the outcome of this match?
Woolie's going to sleep, and then he's gonna break. But that's okay, because he's gonna come back, and he's gonna come back better, stronger, more moral, and I cannot wait to meet the new Woolie.
I'm gonna make him bleed.
Woolie's been safe in Canada for so long now, and now I'm here.
Versus Wolves!
Yo, Woolie.
Hmm.
You want to sell some t-shirts?
Say less.
The Run the Wolves t-shirt, designed by Captain Eden Jackson. Now available at versuswolvesemporium.com.
Run the wolves. Bienvenue chez Montréal.
What? What? This motherfucker. We were at the cinema the other day, and right before the lights go down, he's like, "You can speak French, right?" And I was like, no. And he goes, "Oh!" And then the lights just go down, and then like the film comes on. It's in English, and I just turn to him, and I'm like,
We went to Fantasia. Good times.
Yeah, good
Hey.
"We're here. We're
Yes.
in the same space. Look at this."
Look at that. Look, it's unfortunately that is really your hand. This could still be an elaborate bit if we just
It really could.
if
couldn't it?
you just sat a
And what-
really insane
What
stage.
just happens? A little visual trickery, and we could fake that
Yeah,
second.
that was Foxcade's hand touching my shoulder. The tech is the tech is next level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were saying beforehand how we've been doing this podcast for going on 2 years, coming up to it anyway.
This is episode 20.
Episode 20. Fuck. Wow.
We don't number them, but
And
we're there.
like we've done a panel together. This is the first time recording in person together.
Indeed.
It feels weird. Like I'm liking it. I think it's cool, but it's a strange one. It's strange being able to look over and
Yes,
you're there.
yeah.
You know, because usually I'm looking at this.
Yes, I'm used to this for sure, but like, yeah, this feeling of like, oh, it's in the flesh.
Yeah.
You also, like, I mean, yeah, you've been staring at screens for all your podcasting and communication needs
So
for a long time now.
Old Let's Fight a Boss, we would do that in person.
Yes, of course. But like,
That's been a minute.
yes, since it has been like all like through calls. So yeah, tactile. It's in person. Here, you can grab a drink. You can take a sip. I can like fucking.
Oh. Okay.
I can hit you with my. Yeah. Right?
Have we not had enough of that? have you not had your fill of blood, Woolie?
We will get there.
We'll get there. But I guess knowing this podcast was going the way it was going, I wanted to start it off with just a little more tenderness. And this is a difficult thing to do, and I think it's exposing myself a little bit, and it's showing vulnerability, but I just wanted to be the one to offer that forward. Woolie, I wrote you a poem.
Are we doing this? Are we doing this again? Are we really doing this? We did this bit. We don't have to do this bit. Like, you're here.
What bit?
You're here, and we're already like, this is fine. We don't.
Okay. It's just like, I think this is kind of special, and the only way I feel like to mark it would be to write a poem about what it's like being here and what it means to me and how I kind of feel in this kind of friendship or thing we have going on. I don't have to read it if you don't want.
I swear to God, if this is Chat GPT, I'm coming over there.
It's definitely not ChatGPT.
Okay.
Well, you can say I'm coming over there. You don't mean traveling 3,000 miles.
I can actually use it right now. All right. All right.
So again, like very personal, but I think it's just a song that, or it's a poem that I wrote that speaks to me particularly and is very like just of me and how I feel. Okay. Immortal temptation takes over my mind. Condemns falling weak on my knees. Summon the strength of mayhem. I am the storm that is approaching, provoking black clouds in isolation. I am the reclaimer of my name.
Born in flames, I have been blessed. My family crest is a demon of death.
Did you write the same fucking poem? Is that how in sync we are?
From my soul.
That's
From my
crazy,
soul.
bro. Fucking wow. Holy shit.
Those words.
I've always known that we were in sync,
I mean,
but god damn.
yeah, we're ready to fight an angel and do a double Inazuma drop kick. Like, we're ready to do it.
That's wild. Wow. I'm glad you enjoyed that, Woolie. That's, I put a lot into that.
Yep. No, that is...
And you know what, actually?
I actually liked the poem.
Yeah, you know what? I want to actually give this to you, and you can get that framed.
So how's Montreal?
Montreal's been pretty cool. You know, I arrived here last week. It is definitely... Anytime we get together in the same physical space, it immediately turns into bits and pitching. Much to the chagrin of our long-suffering wives.
It's so obnoxious.
It's so bad.
It's the worst.
so
I
bad.
feel horrible about it every time.
And it'll happen when we're like out with like for a group of people, and we'll be like, oh, you know what we should do? You know what we should do? And everyone at the fucking table will be quiet, and then we'll be like,
You're doing it.
I'm sorry.
We're doing it. Yeah. And it'll be like, stop. Don't. And on top of that, there's also just that element of like, even if you go, okay, we're going to just take today and we're going to take another day and we'll just do some stuff. And then the rest of the time we can just enjoy ourselves. But like a fucking symbiote, it just crawls and creeps and takes over more and more. And before you know it, you know, this vacay, this work K, this shooting assignment with a little bit of chill time. It's I don't like the feeling.
yeah,
of it
the
creeping
phrase, you know, it'd be fucking cool, has begun to haunt this friendship.
And the problem, John, is that it is fucking cool.
No, the ideas are fucking baggers every time.
It sucks that it becomes but
god damn.
Well, look.
But I mean, like, that's not to say this hasn't been a hell of a trip. We have gotten up to a lot, as we will cover. But maybe before we dive into that, maybe a little housekeeping.
Housekeeping sounds great.
Cool. So
you can grab the mop. You can physically do that now. It is over there. You can.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to go somewhere with that, Woolie, and now it's just kind of we're stuck in this dead zone.
I don't like that I could like feel you right there.
Okay, so I guess like first things first, Woolie, you're having a baby soon.
Yes. This is truth.
And so the plan is no disruption to the podcast. Woolie has guaranteed me that mid-delivery, if we have an episode scheduled, Punch Mom, hold it.
Hey, pause. You put that shit on pause. We got podcasts to record.
So look, the plan is for our schedule not to be disrupted. But look, baby's unpredictable. Who knows what's going to happen? So there might be a little like
A blip.
There might be a little blip.
There might be a blip.
The plan is to keep going with Versus Wolves as per usual. The timing might just be a little off the next time that we record, so we'll keep everyone posted on socials. But I guess I wanted to kind of use the opportunity to ask,
Well, no, I was gonna say that, like, you know, I have announced in multiple places essentially that I'm stopping my current Let's Plays, and I'm continuing to podcast. You know, and I think that is a reasonable like workload to, you know, parent time balance, and this show is once a month, unless, you know, massive assignments that require tons of RPGing off camera and spite plays are happening, in which case, sorry baby, daddy's got a spite play Omicron. So, you know, my hope is no interruptions.
Yeah. But I did want to take the opportunity to ask you, Woolie.
Yes.
Something I think that like kind of a lot of people have been wondering. So say like you and Punchbomb get the little girl, bring her home, strap her into the car chair or whatever, you know, get her in here, come back, sit her on the couch. Which Super Eyepatch Wolf video are you playing first? That new Void Stranger one's gone down real well.
Yeah. I'm feeling...
This is good again.
Yeah, that's a contender. I'm feeling it's Doka Pover. The Return of Kathy. And...
You would subject a child.
You see, the problem is...
infect an innocent soul.
The problem is we'd be swerving over to regular Eyepatch Wolf, where the real fun begins.
Yeah. No, okay, Woolie, look, you know, I don't.
You know,
regular Eyepatch Wolf is garbage, bro.
I'm a way bigger fan of regular Eyepatch Wolf. In fact, I don't even know if I'm subbed to SEW, quite frankly. But regular, now we got that hot shit coming. We got John in the corner, on the floor, staring at the ceiling.
You know, I leave very
getting
clear
eviscerated
to cut those.
You know,
like, he's not highlighting.
Kamehameha wave erasure.
It's meant to be. It's meant to be about high level gameplay.
I think if we need,
is this my camera?
I think
it's meant to be about high level gameplay, folks. And you keep fucking me, and you fuck me every time. Sorry,
my child.
I'm getting hot.
My child needs to experience John in the truest sense of what John is, and I think that's the way to do it. You're getting a little hot. You need to bring it down. Run the wolves.
Run the wolves.
Run the wolves.
Run the wolves.
Run the wolves. All right.
Oh, okay.
All right. We're good.
Okay.
Okay, so look, hey, Montreal, you came in at a pretty decent time. You know, we got a little bit of a heat wave initially, but it cooled out, and we got to, you know, hanging out with some friends, some familiar faces.
Oh man, yeah. No, it was great. It was nearly like a little mini magfest.
A little bit.
But for you, like you had Rach come visit you as well, so it was kind of like you've had a lot of people.
Yeah, no, it was great. Skelly V came through, had a nice time, some in-laws, and you know, this is all right on the heels of then going into a little bit of a baby shower. So we had some families, some folks popped in.
So the second I hit Montreal, Woolie was like, "Grinder now." Let me tell you, I put some stuff in my mouth that blew me away, and like all I've been able to think about this entire trip is that. And you know, Woolie asked me what did I want to do for my last night?
Round 2.
To them, and I was like, Grinder.
Round 2.
Are you serious? Like I need some meat. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Feed all of those. Feed that section of the fan base. Just give them all the material they're looking for.
It's a delicious restaurant.
As if
Montreal. It's delicious.
As if this episode is not chock full of all that material. Grinder with an E is the steakhouse that I really enjoy. That's here in Montreal.
Is Grinder something else?
It's a butcher shop.
Okay.
So there's the steakhouse, and then there's the butcher shop.
Why the weirdness?
I don't know, but phenomenal steaks, good times. What are you doing on my Wi-Fi?
Oh, well, good for those guys. But yeah, no, that's not what I meant.
Okay, well, it's not that.
Okay.
No.
Little heads up maybe next time, Woolie.
Okay, well, I didn't name the place. In fact, they were around before the app and Silicon Valley.
Okay.
So, you know, that being said...
Well, that must have been a conversation.
Well, what are you going to do if you're there first, you know?
Yeah.
Lean into it, quite frankly. I mean... Yo, that's a spot. I mean, there's a dude that's been working there for like 11 years now. That's got the edgy Mito.
Oh man,
Look at the
lowest V-neck,
pecs out.
The
It's wild.
lowest fucking. That shirt is just plunging, Woolie. Man,
hanging on for dear life
all over the place.
It's hanging on. Yeah, no, great steakhouse. Really enjoy there, and always a pleasure to you know, like, yeah, take someone out and enjoy that. And they've got Wagyu. Just saying, if anyone's feeling particularly frisky about it. It's a little obnoxious, but damn, is it good. Where else did we go? I showed you my new special spot, right? I mean, I'll drop the name. Hiatus is my favorite new joint. It is a really cool, just a great view, good Japanese food, good times.
Really, really good. There was a moment when we were in there, and it's like, you know, Woolie, some people would consider me and you influencers.
Oh boy.
There was some capital I fucking influencers there.
Oh boy.
Like, just a woman who, like, all her equally beautiful friends are taking photos of her, and she strikes a pose and becomes a statue. Like,
yeah.
become just like,
So
what the fuck am I looking at?
That tends to happen in Montreal.
Yeah.
Like, as you're walking around the city, you will notice people stopping and becoming Instagram posts.
Okay, but
and then resuming their life.
What is with this fucking city? Like, I feel like every serving staff is like, just, you're like, oh, hello. You know, like, it's just fucking exhausting.
I mean, we're not out here trying to like brag or put this out there or anything. Montreal it's a city with a lot of attractive people.
It's insane.
And I've been living here my whole life, but every time someone comes to visit, they do note and remark on that.
It's just wild. Like, you're just walking down the street and you're like, oh, what is happening?
It's a thing.
Yeah, it's crazy. As someone who's into a little bit of everything, it is goddamn exhausting, Woolie.
I'll tell you what, every once in a while when you come back from America.
Oh, we're getting spicy. We're swinging, are we?
I'm just saying, sometimes you get back home and you go, damn, I'm home. All right. but I do, like, it is one of those things where I'm like, hey, like, if you're here, I want you to like be able to check out and enjoy some of these cool places and some cool food and stuff. So yeah, I did definitely, you know, with Punch Mom go like, okay, let's get like one cool thing from the area or from the city that, you know, is worth trying for most of the time that you've been here. We got some of those kawa sandwiches.
Oh, they were good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were real good.
Checked out the tam tams, which is in the fun little like drum kind of circle going up on the mountain.
Yeah, that was really crazy because Woolie was like, so at some point, someone is going to run up to us with pencils like attached to their arm and talk about Guilty Gear and then run away. And it didn't happen for about 45 minutes, which Woolie was like, where the fuck? And then it happened, and that was a delightful encounter.
Oh yeah, no.
That's a good guy.
That's every time. Shout out to Rom.
Shout out to Rom.
And you know, and then not too far from there was the Top Pies as well. We got our New Zealand pie spot.
Good pies.
Good pies.
I want to give a little shout out to a little coffee place called Replica. Me and Michelle have gone there multiple times now. They have a bunch of creepy cat paintings on the outside, which is kind of me and Michelle's whole vibe. And man, I bit into a fucking croissant.
Hell yeah.
And it was like I had never eaten a goddamn croissant.
Hell yeah.
This thing was flaky on the outside, velvety on the inside. And god damn, it was so good.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Next time, don't embarrass yourself and pronounce it properly. It's a croissant.
You know, Woolie, my people fought off invading forces, colonizing forces for a long time. And we had people telling us what to believe and how to speak. And so, with respect, I say I enjoyed my croissant.
All right. Fair enough. Your mute button's over there, by the way, just in case you.
Why would I ever need that?
All right, just to you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we got some barbecue, got some bowfingers. You know, that was a
Philly
nice
cheesesteak or Philly cheesesteak sandwich was so fucking good. Wait, is a Philly cheesesteak like? Is there a version of that is not a sandwich?
No, but it's always in the form of a bread containing the meat and the cheese. Now, some places, you know, if you're outside of the Philly area, some places do their own like steak and cheese. They do different variants, you know, or the dips or so on. Chicago's got their own variations with the beef, Italian beef. But overall, you're getting at it. You're getting meat, cheese, and bread, holding it together.
Gotcha.
Okay. And you know, my secret, my ridiculous cheat meal. I don't cheat often, but when I cheat with Rockaberry.
Oh boy, that was a whole lot. So Rockaberry is this fucking delicious cheesecake apple crumble slice of heaven.
It's the best dessert I've ever had.
Downstairs
you still have some left over.
Okay,
you still have some left over. Yeah.
Okay, let's wrap this up soon.
Okay. I realize I'm giving out all my secrets this episode. Yeah. You know, I'm giving out all my little recommends
and
stuff.
I do that with Dublin sometimes. There's restaurants I'll shout out in my favorite things videos, and there's a part of me that's like, these restaurants deserve the business, but I like them just for me. Like, you know, that kind of way.
No.
I also, Woolie, I had the pleasure of meeting Mother Woolie.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
And you didn't talk about devil games, so she liked you.
Didn't talk about devil games. Covered up the tattoos. I was on mom protocol.
You did, you know, and you really scored points by, you know, you gifted her a bell. And, you know, sight unseen without even, with no expectations of knowing that was a thing she enjoyed. It was like, oh, from that point, you're in the bonus points. Like, you can do no wrong.
Yep.
You know, you could have like kicked me in the shins and ran out, and she would have been like, good John. You know, good John. Good. You know.
But no, she was a very sweet woman, and that was a lot of fun. It was interesting, like. We kind of got talking to some of like the crossover between like Jamaica and Irish culture, and like it was like having read books on European history. She was like, I never heard about the things.
Yeah. So she's Grenadian, you know, in particular, but she was just didn't know some of that history, you know, and
you had the moment of, and she was like, but I read books about European history, and you were like, who wrote those books?
Yeah, you know,
that was a lot of fun.
It was. All right. Now, I mean, there's a couple other things that we did get up to and that we should get into, but in terms of housekeeping, how about we, you know, take care of some of the other things going on over here, like letting the folks know about our Patreon.
That is correct. We have a Patreon. It's patreon.com/versus wolves podcast.
Nailed it.
Yes.
You are always afraid that you're not going to, but you have gotten it right every single time.
I mean, look, I know I'm going to get it right, Woolie. I just like to come across as human, you know?
Fair enough. But it is a place where you can go if you'd like to get more than one episode per month where we...
You know when an episode of Versus Wolves ends and you just want to fucking die knowing that it's another month till you get a Versus Wolves?
Uh-huh.
What if you could What if you could install plus 100% defense against that feeling? What if you could double the amount of Versus Wolves content you consume every month? Personally, Woolie, I would do awful things for that.
What if you could double inflict suffering on the child, pets, or loved ones who are hearing your speaker out loud?
Yeah. And like, look, I'm gonna say, like, okay, I don't mean this in a bad way, right? But like, I know there's some people who are like under 18 who listen to this podcast, and I have no comments on that. Like, it's not the intended audience, but look, we can't stop people, and those people are like, well, you know, I have no way of accessing the podcast. And what I'd say is like, listen, your parents have credit cards. They're not gonna. They're not going to. Should we not?
Oh boy.
Did I do a bad?
Well, yeah, because I mean, there are currently lawsuits for games that are telling people to do that.
Yeah, but Woolie, they're not gonna know. They're not gonna know what Patreon and it's not our problem.
In fact, I believe the term used for telling kids to go use their parents' credit cards is dark patterns. There are games with dark patterns.
If they don't want people to do it, why is it such a sick name? So
do you have dark patterns, John?
Look, kids, go commit some dark patterns. No, but look,
on the back of the credit card with the security number.
And yeah, you know, you can enter that into Patreon. And then if you want to photograph the both sides of the credit card and just send it to versuswolves@gmail.com, you can do that too, right? Right, Woolie? I don't think we even own that Gmail.
That's not correct. That is not the one.
I am intentionally not going to give out the right one at this moment.
No.
But yeah, we have a bunch of tiers, and we also have our side podcast, the Intermission Lounge. And let me tell you, we just did an episode on Expedition 33. And I would say there are some discussions that belong in the lounge, and there are some discussions that we must seal in the lounge.
That one was, not only is that game unbelievable, but that discussion was very fun.
Yes.
And you can imagine the types of things we talked about.
I know this is going to like blow people away, but me and Woolie saw a situation differently, and it led to a big disagreement.
Because one of us saw it the right way, and one of us saw it the wrong way.
Yeah. One of us wants to do what's right, and one of us wants to feel nice.
One of, you know, it's kind of crazy how, you know, you just take away just the wrong things from an experience that is being shown to you. You know, it's kind of like, wow, did you play the game wrong?
Yeah, I totally agree.
How did you get here?
It's like I've never heard someone morally grandstand over the concept of, but Mom, I don't want to turn off the PlayStation.
All right, listen. You're getting too. You're elaborating too much already.
Okay.
You're elaborating too much.
Okay.
Listen. There's a really great discussion to be had on Expedition 33 over there. Yeah, fun stuff at the lounge. And you were mentioning fake emails aside. If you jump over there, we've got the Discord where you can shoot some questions out.
Absolutely.
And, you know, we also took some questions from folks, and we regularly jump through. And those are the ones where we get a little real. You know, sometimes we would just reflect on moments in life that have not always been discussed into a microphone, and it hits.
Yeah, for sure. I think like that's one of the things I do love about the Intermission Lounge. Like knowing it's like smaller audience, it's like, okay, let's share. And sometimes it goes places. Yeah, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, you know, weapons at the door. We're allowed to just take a load off and open up a little bit. Indeed, there is that. We've also got the Versus Wolves Emporium, a cool place for cool, stylish people who want to wear stylish things. A brand new piece of attire, as you might have seen up top, is now available.
Woolie, what's the new T-shirt called? Let's let him hear it again.
Run the Wolves.
Run the Wolves.
That's it.
We're gonna make Run the Wolves a thing. And me saying that definitely...
I said Run the Wolves once, and John was like, yo, okay, we need to make this a thing. They're going to try to workshop it in a lot of different ways.
I've pitched a lot of ideas, few of them good.
All right. And let's say, before we get into some of the meat and potatoes, we take a quick word from our sponsor.
Let's do it.
This episode of Versus Wolves is brought to you by Rocket Money. And we've talked about them before. It's, it's a real simple thing. The world of subscribing to services online has gotten very complicated. And personally, I have subscribed to many a service that I do not even know and forget that I'm subscribed to over time.
Listen, there's creators out there who are perpetrating all kinds of dark patterns, okay? And you need a service to help call them out.
Well, I mean, dark patterns aside, it's nice to be able to just, you can very quickly, using Rocket Money, find your unwanted subscriptions. You can cancel them. It can monitor your spending. It can help you lower bills so you can grow your savings as well. In particular, I know that there's been quite a few apps that they change names sometimes so you don't even recognize what you're subscribed to.
Fucked.
Yeah, you're like, wait, what is this thing? And you kind of go through, and then in some cases, the price changes. And you're like, wait, this subscription has increased and you didn't know about it. So Rocket Money can also alert you to when a price change occurs in an ongoing subscription as well.
So I know what I'm particularly bad for there is sometimes especially working production and working having to do a million different things at once. I'm real bad for, this app can solve my problem immediately and it's €4 a month. So fuck it. Look, I'll subscribe and then I'll unsubscribe. And that was 6 years ago.
There you go. There you go.
It's like, God damn it.
Yep. And I've had the one where the unsubscription process involved the app tells you to go to the website and sign in, and then once you sign in on the website, it says, okay, enter your email, we'll send you an email, and then it sends you an email, and then that email says click here for a 3-minute link activation that you can go in to take it. And it's like they're just making you run through hoops because they don't want you to unsubscribe. So the fact that Rocket Money also helps cancel those subscriptions for you is sick. Very, very cool. And when you're trying to save and get your funds together, if you have, I don't know, life on the way, it's important to get your budget together and tighten up a little bit. So
I've said it before, I wish one of the things I wish I could go back in time and tell myself is yo, mind that money a little better, and not even spend less, but just start watching it more, observe it, and just think about what you are doing with it.
Tighten up.
And I would have way more fucking money now if I did that.
It would help. So get ahead of it, get early, and by the numbers, 5 million members with Rocket Money have saved a total of 500 million in canceled subscriptions. Members have saved up to $740 a year when they use all the app's premium features. That's pretty cool.
That's pretty dope.
Saving money is cool. So cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. You can download the Rocket Money app and enter our show name, Versus Wolves, in the survey so they know we sent you. Don't wait. Download the Rocket Money app today. Tell them you heard about them from our show.
Thanks, Rocket Money.
Thank you, Rocket Money. Alrighty.
Woolie, I got a little sponsorship.
What's going on?
But just to be clear, I'm not paying the show anything.
So I can leave. That's what you're saying, because I could just.
You're gonna sit right the fuck there.
And
we're going.
I can grab a bite downstairs. This is my house. You see behind you right there. You see what it says?
It doesn't say Eyepatch Wolf. I'll give you that.
I mean, what do you? Just in case you need the reminder,
Woolie, I wrote a book.
Oh shit!
Yes, I wrote a little book called The Bizarre World of Fake Video Games. Announcement went out recently. First off, I just want to say genuinely thank you to everyone who picked up a copy. I got an email from my publisher the morning after, basically being like, "What the fuck?" And I appreciate the hell out of it. So thank you to everyone who has made it a success so far. And I have only really covered, like, in that announcement, the surface level of what the video is, or what the book is, and I took you through it this morning.
Yo, okay, like, it's cool enough to cover the subject matter of fake video games, and then to, like, go like, yo, let's get into that in, like, a book, collecting it all with incredibly talented artists showing that stuff off is, like, that on its own is a pretty fire idea. But the things going on that are layered here, because of course it would never be so simple.
Look, I like to go deep. I like to get weird.
The fake video games are being reviewed by different people they all have different personalities, and those come through. And if they review like different games over time, you can progress through their lives a bit. And also their lives are taking place in another reality where things are not going so well. Mm-hmm. So there is a world outside of all this from the reviewers, from the fake video games that's happening. So, and what?
We had this, like, really interesting, like, thing where it's like, okay, how do we write about fake video games? Like, how do we do this? And so rather than just being like, hey, this person on the internet made a fake video game, instead we couched it all in the idea of, like, what if you're, like, finding these articles, like these old, like, Game Pro articles, old Nintendo official articles, old Game Master articles, whatever, back in the days when, like, the graphic design of, like, video game magazines was so crazy and extreme. And so we wrote it like it was, you're experiencing these games through these articles. And the reviewers who make this magazine are, like, the consistent reviewers all the way through. And, like, we have one dude and he's a real, like, jock. And then we have another dude who's real, like, introspective. And then, like, all this different kind of stuff. And it was so fun to write. And yeah, shit gets weird. Shit goes really weird. And it was just, I'm so fucking proud of it. And I have to give a shout out to... I have to give a shout out to HoloPress and like, especially my graphic designer, or their graphic designer Marco. Just, like, I showed you, and we'll have some of the, like, things on screen now, but, like, I showed you some of the layouts, Woolie, and, like,
gorgeous,
god tier.
I mean, designer. As somebody that is, like, coming from, I had my collection of Nintendo Power, Game Pro, EGM magazine, you know, just seeing those layouts, and it was perfectly understood. The assignment has succeeded with flying colors.
Yeah, no, I'm really, really super proud of it.
Also, the fact that you've been talking about how busy you were with different things going on. Well, obviously, we got this podcast, you got your videos, you got a lot, you got your streams, and then you're working on this project, and it's like, okay, cool. And then, like, upon closer inspection and elaboration, it's like, oh no, this was not just a compilation. You wrote a book.
I did write.
You wrote a book.
Yep. Yeah,
guys, like, this is a book.
Yeah.
So,
published author John Eyepatch Wolf.
There you go.
There's your dark alternate reality.
But
yeah, no, just thank you to everyone. We're selling, like, special edition stickers. It was meant to be for the first 1,000 copies, but then the first 1,000 copies sold out, like, immediately. So we're adding more. I don't know how much more, but if you like the idea of having cool stickers for video games that aren't real, the stickers themselves are fucking beautiful. And, like, the entire book is genuinely, like, I love selling something I believe in, and I put so much into this, and I believe in it so much. And just thank you, everyone. Appreciate the hell out of it. You rule.
Amazing stuff. Shout outs to everyone involved, and Michelle for doing such hard work and fucking crushing it. Oh man,
I have used this analogy so many times recently. I am a flaming plane crashing towards the earth, and she is my air traffic control.
Oh, yo, it has never been more clear and obvious in person.
Yeah.
Just like, literally just, no, they're over there.
Even, like, you know, like, getting behind the scenes a little bit, like, Michelle's been kind of doing more and more stuff for us on Versus Wolves as well. And, like, oh, you like the new t-shirt? You guys happy that exists? Well, let me tell you the person who did the back end work on that. You know, it's like, just so... Yeah, thank you.
Crucial.
Thank you, wife. Very good. Very, very glad that we got married. I'm sorry about everything else.
Indispensable. John.
Woolie.
We watched Superman.
Yeah.
James Gunn's new movie. And I don't know what the expectations you had going into it were. You know, I had heard a couple things on the winds. The things I did hear sounded interesting enough to be like, okay, let's go see what's going on here. Because I heard someone say the least interesting thing about him is his powers. And I was like, okay. Also, James Gunn's pretty good. Let's see what's going on here.
Yeah.
You have famously been like, Superman's, bounced off a little bit. Hasn't really clicked over the years.
I don't give a fuck about Superman.
Right.
No, like there's a lot of interesting stuff, but I guess like, are we gonna talk about the woke stuff?
Oh, I mean, we certainly can. We can. I mean, look, safe to say that it's like, oh, I heard that like Superman is down to be like, yo, schmizreal, I'm getting in there.
Okay,
and you're like, all right,
it's not even.
Let's see what's going on.
Stuff that kind of like that bothered me, like that didn't like. I understand that like that needed a platform to be talked about. Okay, Woolie, when Clark Kent walks on screen and he goes, "Hi, Clark Kent," they them pronouns. Did that not bother you a little bit?
I believe the message I got on my phone was, okay, I'll go see it, but if he puts on a BLM shirt, I'm out.
And like that was another thing, Woolie. Like, I'm a vocal supporter of the BLM movement. I've done charities. But when he replaced the Superman logo with a BLM logo, did you not think that was I mean, come on.
James Gunn, we get it.
Yeah. And like,
Oh, God.
Okay, Woolie, okay.
Oh, wow. More.
Okay. When his eye lasers are no longer like heat, but shoot gender-affirming hair... I don't. How does that work? Like, explain that with like the son of fucking Krypton. Like, I don't get it. And then the fucking finale, Woolie, where what's the little lad, the reporter,
Jimmy Olsen.
Jimmy Olsen. When Superman gets Jimmy Olsen pregnant because Kryptonian semen can impregnate men, and they form a polycule with low. Come on, dude. It was too much. It's political correctness gone mad.
It's more like super woke. Woker man.
Yeah, so that's my review of Superman. Woolie, I'm a progressive person.
But there's limits.
There's a line.
There's limits.
There's a line.
Yes.
And that film crossed it. Okay?
Yeah, that line is in between two nations.
Yeah.
At war.
Yeah, Schmizreal and Palestine.
Schmazza. It's wild. Yo, that movie was sick.
Okay, it
was great.
Loved this movie. Like, Woolie, I think I turned to you at the end and I was like, Woolie, I'm like emotionally moved, like, fuck, dude, like, it, globally, politically, everything tough year, right?
Yes. The thing is, though, I remember from what I heard early on that essentially, like, James Gunn returning to this and being like, yeah, I'm going to make a Superman movie. We're starting over. We're doing it from scratch, recasting, doing the whole bit. You're like, okay, what's the deal here? And it's like, he's just going to be a good guy. And it's just going to be whimsical and it's going to be nice and it's going to be sincere and it doesn't have to be edgy and it doesn't have to be, and listen, there's nothing wrong with Shadow the Hedgehog. I understand.
Do you remember what I said to you when the credits rolled?
What did you say?
I turned to you and I said, maybe Death Scythe isn't the best Gundam. Now, I quickly restored my sanity was restored, but that's how much I love that movie.
How quick? Yes, that was a deviation, but nonetheless, it was just nice and hopeful, and I kind of feel like that was kind of the point. Was essentially we've seen a couple of different edgy takes on Superman recently. And not to mention, there's an overall vibe to the perfect Boy Scout that, comic writers have approached it in a couple different ways, but there's a feeling from the outside that you're like, oh, it's cringe to use that word, it's cringe, but it's like, nah, it kind of just decides to be very real about like what kind of person he is, and I think his attitude towards life, towards people, towards everything is not only just refreshing, but like it's someone I want to hang out with and spend more time following and seeing more adventures of, you know? Like the thing that was resonant, of course, I feel like was empathy is punk rock. Right? What if
that line hit me like a fucking meteorite?
What if caring about people was punk rock? You know? And the thing is that like it's also like in a time when being cynical and having your glass half empty is just par for the course because it does really feel fucking bleak, you know? You have all these examples where in the movie, like, if we're going to talk, I guess, like general spoilers or so and about things, I mean, we're going to talk around it overall, you know, but like Clark Kent is into lame pop punk bands and
the Mighty Crabjoys.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
There's a Mighty Crabjoys song on Spotify.
Oh, wow.
And it is pitch perfect.
That's amazing. I didn't know they did that. Okay. So Lois is like, you know, she's like, oh, a bit of a rough and tumble girl. And she's grown up into being into like more like hardcore stuff. And so she's like, what the fuck? You're listening to like radio pop punk? That's not punk rock, you know? But like, and then he kind of is like, no, but maybe caring about people is. And it's like, okay, yeah, the stuff that Clark is into and him as a person is not necessarily the embodiment of that word. But you know what fucking is? Being willing to step in between an authoritarian government and the people that they're trying to crush, being anti-fascist, being actually like, fuck the political climate and what the government is saying we should not or should do. I'm going to do what's right because people were going to die. End of discussion.
Yep.
That is like definitionally punk rock. That is what it was about. That is the whole thing. And I'm like, it absolutely is for someone to have that attitude, you know, despite the consequences.
Yeah, I think like it was interesting because like, have you been a fan? Are you a fan of like Superman stuff in general? Like,
I do like some Superman stuff. Yeah.
Because for me, like, it's not that I thought Superman was like lame or whatever. I just like whenever I see anything Superman related, I'm like, oh, I just don't give a fuck. I've read All-Star Superman, I've read Superman for All Seasons, I've read like a bunch of Superman stuff, and the only time I've really liked Superman is like Red Sun. The only time I've liked Superman is when you're basically taking Superman and turning him into something he is not.
Injustice.
Injustice, sure.
Dark
like,
Superman.
I really liked I actually really liked the Man of Steel movie, but more so because I love the action in it, and that short-haired Kryptonian girl.
Okay, she's sick.
Not fucking her.
She is sick. She does her teleport dash combo.
Yes,
it's really
so
sick. And the listen, yeah, I get it. Live action Dragon Ball is fun to watch.
And so when live action Dragon Ball, like the action in that movie is great. Yeah. But then like but the truth is like I never understood the appeal of Superman. I never ever got it.
Don't save me. Just let me get taken by this tornado.
It's like even I saw that and I was like, I get kind of what they're
okay. It's anyways.
But like I never got it right. And this Superman, it's so much more than like, oh, I like this version of Superman. This Superman in this movie, I now get why people like those other Supermen. I now get like this filled in a piece of pop culture for me that just I never had before.
That's awesome.
And that's like I kind of want to go back and read All-Star Superman now or read Superman for All Seasons and be like, okay, I get it now.
Okay.
I get the appeal of having this person who is just good and trying.
That's kind of it. And I think, I mean, the fact that you see him getting beat up a bunch in this movie certainly helps that narrative. I really enjoyed All-Star Superman, but it has been like a decade plus since I've read it, right? But I always used to recommend it to people as like something that I enjoyed as a like, here is just a bright, hopeful, optimistic story. And it is harkening back to, of course, like some of the older stuff, but it's still got a more modern sensibility about it. And I just enjoyed the read, and I enjoyed the art and how it was, how the stories were handled. And I enjoy the stuff about Superman too, that is like, yeah, he's got that Fortress of Solitude with a goofy car and some robots in it. And he's got a Crypto the dog and, And also, Crypto's a bad dog. Crypto's a bad dog for the movie. It's so much fun to just kind of watch that part. There's the parts where, you know, James Gunn is of course gonna like pluck not just the most obvious, but you're gonna get your Mr. Terrifics in there.
Who was fantastic.
Excellent character, so much fun. And like the more obscure, the more he can make you care about somebody you never gave a shit about. Like the more he gets his rocks off. Like James Gunn loves doing that.
Loves that shit. I think what I loved about Mr. Terrific is he nearly felt like a character from a Marvel movie.
I know what you mean.
But being like,
yeah, I know what you mean.
It totally worked.
His detachment and always tiredness, you know. And Guy Gardner is a character that has been like, that's another favorite in the background for a long time now. And picking that Green Lantern to show up and get Nathan Fillion doing the attitude properly, which is, you're like, he's a good guy, but God, what an asshole.
And just with the worst fucking haircut.
Yep.
Like when I saw him in the film, I was like, whoa, that looks like shit.
Yep.
And then later on, someone's like, your hair looks like shit. And it's like, okay,
yep.
Okay, they know.
No, it's the old monk bowl cut, you know?
Yeah.
And like, he's just, he's notoriously like, oh, you're a lantern? Okay. But he nails it. He's exactly that asshole. You know, and like there's always these moments of like he says dumb shit, but then he does a really sick thing, and you're like, damn, that was pretty fucking cool, guy.
And then Hawk Girl, not in it a whole lot, but great, so good.
She's also, I'd say, the most well known of that group or so. So I think, you know, James is like, you know who she is. It'll be fine. The most petty Lex Luthor of all time.
Oh my God, he was so good.
Just
so
little
good.
petty
I
Bezos.
Love that actor. He's been Skins, and it's been really great, like watching him over the course of his career.
Yucking it up.
This is like I know he was already famous, he was already successful, but I feel like this is a huge breakout role for him.
I love how self-aware he is of his flaws and is like, I don't care, you know, like that's always really fun.
And then like he has this girlfriend who's just like constantly taking selfies, and the way the little selfie subplot culminates, it adds so much more to her character, because like, no wait, she had shit going on the entire time too.
100%, yeah. There's an element to the story where it's like Superman's been at this for a minute, you know, like the relationship that he has with Lois is, things are all established and we're not doing an origin story. We're past that point. And thankfully superhero movies have been over origin stories for a while now. We know we don't bother with that anymore. I loved how not just for him, not just are we past the origin story, but the city of Metropolis itself is so used to Superman saving everybody and doing such a good job that no casualties occur, that a monster drops into the middle of town and people are like, hey, look, it's a giant monster. And they're just selfieing it and hanging by because they're like, yeah, Superman's got us.
Yeah, and like that's such...
It's fucked up,
it's
but
kooky comic book bullshit.
No one's afraid.
Yeah, but it's great. Like, it's so good.
Yeah. I love that part. Alan Tudyk, shout outs to anytime Alan Tudyk gets back together with Nathan Fillion in the same movie. That's always fun. And I really, really loved how the kryptonite problem is solved with empathy.
Yes.
Which is what the character is about.
That actor who played, like, is Elemental Man or something? He's the guy with like the half orange, half pink body.
The shifter.
He was in Barry. I don't know if you ever watched that.
I've never seen it, no.
Barry's a good watch. Barry's cool.
Cool.
But he plays a very different character in that, but like it was really cool to see him get his kind of flowers as well, because he's phenomenal. But yeah, I think for the longest time, I really have felt that like one of the biggest problems in society right now isn't hatred, it's nihilism. I think it's really easy to make an anti-hatred movie. This is an anti-nihilism movie. And it hit me so hard, because like I feel like something I kind of struggle with in terms of like making content and making videos is like, I always try and want to make videos with like, you know, a message, or like, you know, inject a little bit of hope in there or something, because I'm making these things for fucking 3 months. I want them to say something.
Yeah.
And, you know, like over the course of like my time on the internet, like I feel like I've watched the internet turn more callous and cynical, and like I've really seen like a big backlash against like some of the stuff I kind of make in that regard. And it's when that happens, like it's difficult not to question yourself. Like it's difficult not to be like, do I suck? Like, am I just like overly emotional and sentimental and everything? And I think that line of like empathy is punk rock, like it was just like, fuck man, you just got to do what you can, you know. And some people aren't going to be into it, and you just got to do your own thing and do the thing that you think works and the thing you think is important. And people are going to call you corny. People are going to say that, like, you know, you suck or whatever, and it doesn't matter.
You got rejuvenated by that.
I'm not even joking. Like, this isn't a bit. Something in that film rejuvenated me a
That's
little bit.
amazing.
And
that's super sick.
That is why that's like probably my favorite film I've seen this year.
Yeah. I mean, so the like nihilism is sort of like one way of one descriptor. A term that I've heard that I feel applies is people that get irony pilled, right? Like it's not quite nihilism, but it's just like it's cool to just take that like well, fuck everything kind of side of things. And by default.
And like I have seen that creep into like people I'm close to.
Oh, you know? 1,000,000%.
Where, like it's nearly difficult to get anything genuine out of them, you know.
A big part of streaming and YouTubing and Let's Playing and talking about video games a whole bunch is watching the game award shows and trailer shows and Nintendo Directs and Sony announcement shows and things that are E3 like. And over the years of watching those things, especially, you know, from back with the Best Friends days into like with Woolie versus Now and stuff, there's definitely a feeling of just like, okay, a bunch of this is going to be some bullshit I don't care about, or it's going to be like some of the worst of the industry habits, and the things that I do care about, the smaller, you know, things that deserve to be spotlighted, are not always going to be at the forefront of that. So, you know, every once in a while you're going to get something sick like, oh shit, did you know there's a Tokon trailer coming out of nowhere? No, I didn't. But overall, the feeling of watching the show and just feeling negative and then conveying that, and then everybody around you watching it is also really cynical and also really negative, and you're like, yo, I like video games. I enjoy them, and the reason why I'm able to do this for so long is because I care. And the part of me that dies inside when I'm watching these things and everyone hates it and I hate it, and it's a bad vibe. It's a bad feeling. And I'm also like, I feel like I'm almost like cultivating an energy of like, yeah, we're just going to show up and be like, fuck everything, right? That's the default, right? And that sucks, man.
Sucks. Yeah.
You know, I hate the idea that like, I don't know how to feel about this yet. So by default, I'm going to be like, oh, you know, meh, I'm going to mid. And then when it's safe to be like, to have a feeling, then you kind of are like, oh, well, actually, I felt this way about it or so. But taking that oppositional distance, it just protects you from, you know, being a little too sincere. Like, that's the parts of it that I have been recognizing.
When you really think about it, like, what a fucking cowardly way to be.
It sucks.
You know, it's like
it sucks.
Like, okay, what? Like, your fucking personality is that you like this action game for the PS3 and nothing after that, and it's like, okay, way to be fucking nobody.
It just sucks to like kind of buckle down on that outlook and stand by it, and you know, deny yourself actual moments of joy, you know, when they might be there. So all this to say that I think that this movie is aware of like that in the more like superhero movie context, and in the more specifically Superman context as well. And also just in terms of like, yeah, the type of year we've been having, the events that have been going on in the world, and just being like, I have something to say actually about all of that, and unabashedly going about it. Make it a wonderful film. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, absolutely adored it. I laughed, I cried, I maybe reconsidered Death Sight for like 3 seconds, which is amazing.
You know, shout out Supergirl Kesha. I mean, just, you know, like little like, fun bits.
Like Supergirl shows up and she's a disaster. She's fucking brilliant.
Yeah. No, I there's that part of there where I'm like, okay, cool. So James Gunn goes, hey, I got something. I'm picking this because I have something interesting to say with it. You got it. I trust that. So that was great.
Yeah, really, really good movie.
Woolie,
real quick, I played a little bit of Donkey Kong Bananza.
You have? I haven't touched it yet.
I've just been picking at it. I've been so fucking busy the last couple of months, but I'm slowly getting free time back with roles. Man, so like I was worried about this game because I think like there's a lot of games that have gone that like Red Faction guerrilla route, destructible environments. And
Gorilla. All right.
And what you don't want to do with like the geoforming, like transforming the environments around you, blowing up rocks and all that stuff is like half do it.
Yeah, okay.
You know?
Okay.
And so far, and I'm not far into this game, maybe like hour and a half even, but so far what's really impressed me is like, no, you can level these stages. Like completely. And like they're just like I think one of my favorite part was I found like an explosive stone and you throw it, and when you throw it, the massive spherical crater it leaves in the landscape around you, so fucking cool.
Okay. That's the thing, is like the idea of like going terraforming and going through this environment is one thing, but and Nintendo learns their lessons from other successes, and Minecraft has been a thing. The idea that you're going down into the earth and there's shit down there.
Yep. Right.
There's things going on. That seems like really fun. Someone basically, I saw an image, and it is like this is going to be Woolie's favorite game of all time, and this is the picture. And it's like Breath of the Wild, Mario Odyssey, Kirby, and Hulk Ultimate Destruction all pointing into Bananza.
I mean, like, it's difficult for me to say too much. I totally see that, by the way.
Okay.
But it's difficult to say too much because, like, right now I feel like the physics and the mechanics and all that stuff work really well. And I'm just wondering, okay, is there going to be interesting game design built around this stuff?
Right.
But, like, when I was playing there, I found treasure maps. And basically what a treasure map does is it just points you somewhere on the stage where they're like, there's something here, go find it, which means just digging into a mountain and finding it in like that 3D space. And like the way they've done it is really, really clever because the map is just a zoomed out version of the actual model you're standing on. It's kind of hard to it's hard to explain, but basically you go to the map and it just pulls out and shows the entire like level you're on,
but you're there. Okay.
And so that's how you see it, and then it puts the little icon there, and then like digging through the mountain and trying to find it was fun. If they can keep building on that stuff and working the terraforming into the game design, this seems like kind of a special game because everything else about it, the music, the look, the animation, that Donkey Kong is one expressive motherfucker.
Nice.
Holy shit. Like the facial expressions they pull out of him and stuff.
Yeah, and it's well about time that Donkey Kong has had like a new environment setting and gameplay style to jump into, you know? Like obviously like ever since Country just kind of killed it, there's been these, you know, stepping up to that, and then there was 64, which but that, you know, which is always wild too because that was Punch Mom's first like Donkey Kong game or so, like one of her first. So she's like, "Oh, I liked it." I was like, "No, that's fine. It's you know."
That was your Silent Hill.
Yeah, you know, but it's just expectations for everyone else were, you know, kind of underwhelming. But
I mean, I
regardless,
as a kid and I loved it, but looking back now. Yeesh.
But then, you know, the tropical freezes and stuff come along and go like, we're gonna perfect that like older formula.
Yeah, tropical freeze rules definitely. Like I love tropical freeze, but it is a perfection of what came before.
Exactly. So it's been long overdue for a brand new entry of sorts, and like this looks fucking sick. I'm very excited.
Like this game has the juice. It's like exploding with personality, and like I got so excited once I realized how much shit I could break and just how much I could kind of fuck with the game. And like I already got some like challenges and stuff where it's kind of like, oh, this challenge room here is actually quite difficult. You know, and it's the sort of stuff where I was hanging from rafters and there were these like stone shapes floating towards me, and I'm trying to like scamper in through the gaps. But then I realized, wait a minute, I can actually punch my way through the stone shapes, but I have to time it just right, or it's going to take more time, and they're going to push me off.
Okay.
And so it's like, okay, they're thinking about this stuff. They're thinking about what they can do here, and it's kind of fucking dope.
I'm gonna definitely pick it up and give it a try, but I think I'm gonna wait a little bit before like going in because there's a part of that which is like, oh, Donkey Kong rolling around, little girl on your shoulder, you know, and little like 2-player mode where they can sing and stuff. I might want to wait a little bit to experience that with someone else. You
I
know?
would happily play that with you, Woolie.
We'll see you next month. So yeah, I'm gonna wait for her to arrive, and maybe, you know, in a little bit we can play some stuff together. That'd be a lot of fun for that in particular.
So do you have any like?
Yes,
plans?
I'm currently curating the list of low stim games.
How are we looking?
I've got a couple ideas.
Yeah.
I've got a couple ideas. I'll tell you right now, everything Kirby related is good to go. I'll say stuff like UFO 50 and Balatro are, you know, you just low stim, calm, you can enjoy, you can chill. No Vampire Survivors, you know, nothing too high octane. We're going to keep it simple.
When's Expedition 33 coming in?
I mean, that is at least age 3.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, age 3 seems good. Yeah.
Just parry.
I get that you love dodging, but I want what's best for you.
You don't beat Simon, we don't eat. Okay, little sidestep as well over to the Fantasia Festival's going on. There's a lot of wild movies that come every year, and I bought a couple of tickets for some of them, including the new Genndy Tartakovsky movie, without watching the trailer. I just bought that because I saw the name Genndy, and then you showed me the trailer, and I was like, huh.
So, okay, viewer, what do you imagine when we say the new Genndy Tartakovsky movie?
Primal,
Samurai Jack,
Clone Wars, even Dexter's Lab, you know?
What about a film where a bunch of rats bite a dog's testicles?
Yeah, just buttholes and dog dicks and wild shit going on.
The dog goes to a dog strip club, and there's like female dogs like rubbing their vaginas on things.
Yeah, so look, I'm gonna go see what happens, because I also that list of names, Idris Elba's in it. It's got like a whole all-star cast, and it's apparently the movie that he's been wanting to make for like 11 years now or some crazy shit. I don't know.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Did you ever get that with like you just like a genius creator? Like someone who's like, this man is a fucking or woman, just whoa. And then like they're like, okay, we've given them free reign. They can do whatever the fuck they want. And it's like, I've made a movie where a dog's getting his dick cut off.
It's called Fixed. And I guess we'll see. But so far what I can make of it is this. It seems like for a long time, as a fan of animation and a beloved creator and amazing animator, Genndy Tartakovsky has wanted to make an homage to John Kay style crazy shit and Ralph Bakshi and Fritz the Cat. You know, It seems like he wanted a lewd animal dark comedy because that's homaging those creators of the past, and he wanted his own entry in that. That's my feel from a distance, right, as to why it is what we're getting, but I don't fucking know.
Okay.
Look,
the lewd
not even to linger, remind you, you know.
Okay, but we're here.
We're here.
I have some questions.
We are here.
Okay, so look, the lewd animal thing. I'm not like I've never really seen Fritz the Cat. I've just like seen clips and stuff, and those cats are like upright and like wearing clothes and stuff like that. There's a certain level of anthropomorphication of them,
right?
And so when you're doing like your saucy sex comedy, it's like it's a bunch of animated cat people, right? I just feel like there's something a little weirder about the fact that there's just no anthropomorphication here. No, this is just dogs.
They're just animals.
Just actual dogs.
Yeah.
And it's like...
Yeah. We'll see. We'll find out.
Hey, Woolie, if you message me and I was like, that movie was fucking sick, I'll be delighted.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
I mean, I bought it on the name, and then, here we are. We'll find out. I'll let you know. But that's not even what I was going to talk about, because at the Fantasia Film Festival, they had a couple of things, and watched the Garrow movie, it was all right. Garrow is very cool, but that movie was like, that's anyway. We got to watch. I was like, hey, do you want to come see a movie? It's gonna be directed by Takashi Miike, and it's about a bunch of street fighting MMA kids, and the bad guy is Gacked. And you were like, yeah.
Yeah. I think my words were, you know the answer.
Blazing Fists is what it's called. And you know what? It ain't perfect, but it's a dumb romp.
No, I would say it's one of those movies you watch it and you're like, there's a better, tighter movie in here somewhere. But the movie we got was dumb and fun. And most of all, just some incredible character designs.
Yes.
Like, it's a live action movie.
Yes.
Some incredible character designs.
The casting, right? Yep. So you're kind of following these troubled kids. This could easily be a GTO prequel, Shonen Junai Gumi. This could be River City, the movie. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Delinquent martial arts.
Yeah, no one's got a pompadour, but like the energy is there, right? Kids in juvie getting out and trying to become MMA fighters to succeed on breaking down, which is a real Japanese MMA circuit, and then their street beefs getting in the way and gang life getting in the way, and you have your two characters, Ryoma and Ikuto, and Ryoma is kind of like the more meek, kind of like normal, he's a fish out of water kind of protagonist, but Ikuto has the design of the eyebrows are short and always sharp, and he gets introduced walking off the urinal, and like within minutes someone messes with them and blood splatters on his face, and he just kind of like introduces himself going, hey, nice to meet you, to the new guy.
Yep.
With the sternest look, and you're like, that's a character.
So I think this was the best thing about this movie, like the direction and like aesthetic of it. Like, it was so good at being like, here's who this character is, and letting you know visually.
Yeah.
Like when we get to the final boss of the movie and he's just sitting back in this big couch for this entire fight scene, and then eventually he's like, okay, and stands up, and it was fucking great.
Now you have to understand, Gacked is the opposite of Araki, right? Whereas Araki has been a timeless, non-aging vampire for our entire lives, Gacked is aging hard and fast.
Okay, look, I was kind of on board with you guys here. Gacked is definitely aging. Motherfucker still looks good.
Sure.
He's not a young looking dude by any means. I still think that's a beautiful man.
He did not get ripped for the movie, he's got the old figure, and like he's got, at some points the makeup is like you could almost see it coming off, but he's being who he needs to be, which is the leader of I want to say Shangri-La, but that's not it. It's actually it's close to that. Krishna, the Krishna bike motorcycle gang, the Bosuzoku, and they're there to terrorize the city. And, you kind of just get these their beefs where like, okay, the main character and this other strong kid get out of juvie. Their moms are tough, and, that fucking parole officer's on their ass. But you get this, because it's Takashi Miike taking his time, the movie actually has a pretty slow start to get rolling, and you really establish a lot of the characters. There's a really great scene between, the strong kid and Ikuto and his dad in jail, where like his dad is convicted of murder for this other crime, and like it's this thing where he's trying to feel out like, did you do it, and they're having a real emotional kind of like, okay, moment. But something Miike has brought up in his other movies, including Phoenix Wright live action, which he directed, is, look, if you're in holding in Japan, it doesn't matter because the conviction rate is 99%, right? So you're fighting for your life and I'm fighting for my life, and like that was a really like nice moment, I think, and they kind of bring that back a couple times. But yeah, as kids just on the street solving things with their fists,
The plotting gets like kind of just insane at one point, because everyone has a connection to everyone.
Yeah.
And I think that the wildest one is like when they're just about to enter this tournament, and one of the like opponents stands up and he's like, "I will enter this tournament, for I am the son of the prosecutor prosecuting your father." It's like presented 100% straight faced, and it's like, our battle will decide, like,
his fate.
Somehow he kind of is implying that the result of their cage fight will decide this court trial, and it's so silly. But like, it's the kind of movie, like, look, it's not perfect. I found it a little slow in places, but it's also the kind of movie, if I wanted a dumb martial arts movie, if I just wanted to like just sip a drink and just have a silly time, it's really good at what it does.
And it's fun to watch them head over to the gym, meet the equivalent of your Ipo gym, like regulars, you know, and the coach who's like, let them fight, even though they're almost killing each other. Movie fighting is exaggerated and dumb.
So the biggest exaggeration for me is like they're just about to enter the tournament and they're like, "Man, I can't believe it's only been 2 months since we started training." It's like, I don't care what kind of fucking training you're doing. You've been training for 2 months. You get bodied immediately by anyone.
And then the last thing I was going to say is, on terms of character design, right? The third protagonist, Jun, the boxer.
He was my shit.
This dude, sharp. Okay. Jun, the boxer, looks like an Inoue character design.
Yes. I got real Iori Yagami vibes.
Yeah. He could have been designed and put into Slam Dunk or Vagabond.
You know those Inoue panels where it's like, I know this is a drawing, but I feel like I'm looking at something sculpted from marble.
Yes.
That is what that dude
That
is.
character is giving me, like, that. Those eyes are a wild animal's eyes.
You've probably shown it already, but do you want to show your new tattoo?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I've gotten...
Do you mind if I explain the meaning of it?
Sure.
So, Woolie got a vagabond tattoo, and the kind of message behind it is basically like, you know, vagabond, mediocre series from an average author, but by embodying that, Woolie is like Woolie, like, the idea here is that Inoue sees this and he's like, oh, someone read my work, you know, and it's like, it's a message of hope that any artist can achieve.
You can make it. You can get one fan.
Yeah, you can get one, and like Woolie's like, we read
it. You know, you found a fan out there. It's kind of impressive in a way.
So, you know,
keep at it.
In a way, like, what is he, like 22?
Yeah, I mean, he's
whatever. Like, okay, the next one's not going to be good either. The one after that, though,
he's really starting to get the plan together.
You're getting there. You're getting there.
The momentum is just
keep improving.
Yep.
You know,
you have 100 failures to get out of your way before you get to that success.
Yeah.
And we've been seeing those failures.
Yeah, and like, I'm just gonna say it. Like, I think he's going places.
So he looks kind of like an Inoue character. He's got the shaved head sides, and he gets in there, and it was just a lot of fun to see these, like. And at one point, Gak literally looks at him and goes, "You're like a manga character."
Yes,
he literally just says it, you know. So Blazing Fists, aka Blue Fight, Takashi Miike movie. Blue Fight is the Japanese name.
Blazing Fists is a little generic.
Yeah.
Blue Fight, I like that.
Yeah, I think they went for BF and then just changed the acronym on it. But it's cool. It's cool. Also, like, because the main character's last name is Red, so there's like a bit of a, there's a whole thing there.
I'd also say those are some Bishi fucking boys.
Oh, they're Bishi up.
Damn.
And guess what? Takashi Miike makes like 2 movies a year, so he's on to the next. But for a little MMA street fighting delinquent story, go enjoy that one. That's pretty much all I was going to get into before the real shit.
Okay, I got 1 or 2 little more things.
What's going on? Yeah.
I checked out Kpop Demon Hunters.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was I really enjoyed it.
That movie kind of fucking rules.
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I really, really liked it. It sure didn't make me think any less that K-pop is like a kind of psyop. But it's awesome. The music's great. It looks great. The characters are a ton of fun.
It is a psyop, but
what a psyop.
Well, if you're gonna have that psyop animated by the Spider-Verse team, I'm gonna show up for it every time.
Yeah, and like, I think one of my favorite things about it is like obviously like the girls are all like super cute and super beautiful. They pull the goofiest fucking faces. Yeah, like they're really fun characters. There's the Sasha Boys, and basically this demon pop boy band,
the Lion Boys.
They show up and they're just insane.
Yeah, they are the ones that are just like perfection, glitter off the chest, abs.
Yeah, there's one called Abs.
Yeah, it's crazy, you know. And the girls are like, they're having their bits. There's one part where they get like Fist of the North Star faces. Yeah, it's just amazing. And like, I love that they're loose with it and let them kind of fully express.
There's so much like energy in the movie, you know.
It has the Spider-Verse juice, and it has that Last Wish Puss in Boots juice as well, you know. And yeah, I'm really also happy that team of animators were able to get together and make more things and not be like under this crush of crunch. And you know what I mean? Like, I heard about how exhausting and how intense it was for them, you know, when with the Spider-Verse movies and everything.
Both?
So
both Spider-Verse movies were a crunch.
I'm asking
because I don't know.
I think the second and the struggle with the third was just like a lot of like sucks. It really does suck. So I was like, I don't know what's going on with that team, but it's cool to see that like, hey, they're working together. They got new stuff coming out as well. And this was it was a short little sweet fun adventure.
I think there was definitely a point where it became like, okay, the main character has now lost faith in herself and now must get faith back in herself. And it's like, okay, you know, we're gonna do that for the last 40 minutes. Cool. I'd say like the first hour especially, I had a blast. It was so good.
And you know, they're gonna get their faith back in themselves with the power of song. It's a musical,
and it's a good musical. Yeah, like yeah.
No, and you know what? Extra points because it's an original, brand new IP property, whatever. I hate to call things an IP right away because it's just a movie.
I know, but like, I think at this point, the way media works, it's kind of a necessary term. You know,
it's a brand new thing that they took a chance on, and I always respect that because so few things do. And yes, you could come back around and grab another K-pop band and let them be the guest stars next time for like introducing some characters. But never mind all that. Just an original new work deserves recognition right off the bat. So that's great.
Woolie, I've been playing a little bit of Death Stranding 2.
You've started. Okay.
So Death Stranding 1 was a weird one for me because like there was things I liked about it, but I found just something about the tone really hard to connect with. When I think of it now, I think a lot of Norman Reedus grunting.
Okay. Yeah.
And
drinking Monster.
And I think on some level, I have never been able to let go of like, no, I just want a good voice actor who can be a character.
Okay.
You know?
I thought he did fine.
No, but this isn't a criticism of his performance. It's more just like, I miss having like 30 hours worth of codex calls to listen to.
Right.
You know, and I miss like, I feel like ever since like, you know, we got what's his fucking name? The guy
Mads?
No, New Solid Snake.
Oh, well, I didn't play the game yet, but I know wait, actually
from 5.
Oh, Kiefer Sutherland. Sorry.
It's like, you know, and it's not just because he's a close personal friend of both of us, Woolie, one of our best friends in the entire world.
Oh, you're talking about the homie?
The fucking man.
David Hayter on my quick dial anytime we need him. Yeah.
Yep. Huge. Just like
Fox Cage. You're gonna need to put the photo of us hanging out with David Hayter.
Yeah. I mean, like we can
here.
say it. Secretly, the third member of Versus Wolves.
I mean, he's
like in many ways, Woolie. He's as much a part of this podcast as we are.
It's an open secret.
It's an open secret, but like it's also not really open. It's just but like, you know, David Hayter, like. The thing about David Hayter is that he's a voice actor, and that's what he does, and he's there to fucking record, he's there to perform. And the thing Kiefer Sutherland's there to do is like show up and be like, Kiefer Sutherland's in this game. And like, I know that's not like a hot take or whatever, but I just get that a bit with this because every fucking cutscene is Norman Reedus being like,
Okay.
And the grunts are good.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
I see what you mean.
Great
I see what
grunts.
you mean. Mm-hmm.
Great grunts. But I'm like, I would love a fucking character, you know?
And the thing is, you have to understand and accept this, is that, like, the new Hideo Kojima is kind of a starfucker, and he just wants to hang out with his Hollywood friends and be accepted into the world of filmmaking, and he loves it. He loves them.
I accept that about Hideo Kojima. I don't have to pretend it's good.
Okay. You know, he's never forget that the most Hideo he has ever Kojima'd was in that photo with Mads Mikkelsen on one side and Norman Reedus on the other, and they're both smoking and talking, and he's just there pretending to smoke with the two of them discussing the script or whatever's going on, and he just that's what he wants.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't have a cigarette, but this energy of being here with the three, this is the moment, you know?
Yeah. And like, you know, like I'm about 6 or 7 hours in, and there's times where like it does get me. I think there's some stuff in it where like I'm just not that affected because everyone talks about the camera pullouts and the music's kicking in. And
shout out Ludwig.
Just doesn't. Yep, cool. Okay. I see your Spotify playlist, Kojima. I'm very impressed. But it's like,
I mean, Ludwig Forcelin would kid. Hold on a moment, but okay. I
a fucking sad man with a guitar. I don't fucking know.
Okay, well, Ludwig is an actual personal friend. Like, he's actually my buddy.
It's not a criticism of the quality of the music.
Like, so David Hayter was a joke.
You didn't want to drop that in maybe fucking like 40 seconds ago, Woolie. You wanted to fucking let me step on a rake there. Little fucking guidance here. Am I alone on this podcast? And David Hayter was not a joke. We had a wonderful evening.
Wonderful evening with that man. Now, listen. When it comes to Death Stranding, again, I need the opportunity to jump in once I'm not occupied with parental duties. However, I've definitely been, kind of catching wind about it and stuff. And the wild part about Death Stranding 1 was just going, I don't know what the fuck is happening in this setting or what's going on. But now you do know what's going on and you do understand what happened last time. And so you're kind of just continuing that world. So a lot of that mystery is no longer affecting things, Is there any part of you that like feels like they got to mix it up even more?
So, I think I need the game to get sillier.
Huh. Okay.
Like
Doll Man sillier.
So Doll Man hasn't been in it yet, which is why I'm hopeful.
Okay.
But I think just like there's a lot of stuff with Death Stranding where like it's so po-faced, And
what does po-faced mean?
As in like just very. Like it's just I find I guess what I'm trying to say, for as weird as it is, and it is weird, I find it a little dry sometimes.
Okay.
And I've seen Dollman, and I genuinely think Dollman could be the Kojima I want.
Okay.
And so I'm hopeful. It is cool. Like this is not to me saying.
And
like,
you do enjoy trucking. Oh, that's gonna sting. That's gonna sting. I love trucking.
So I was enjoying the building ladders. I like the planting and abseiling down the like that stuff. I actually love
zip lining.
And then the second I get a vehicle, I'm like, oh no, the genre's shifted.
Okay.
So I don't know. Like I think a lot of people are into this game, and like in fairness to your friend Ludwig. People fucking love that guy. I think it's just not really my music, and like it's not just him. I just feel like a lot of these songs get dropped in, and I just feel like Kojima's like, hey, this song means a lot to me, and it's like, okay, but like I don't know.
Yeah, okay. I'm hearing that. I think enjoying trucking and package delivery is it's a big part of why you're going to spend a lot of time on this game. You're going to get to the next weird Kojima-ism for sure. But in the meantime, if it feels like a chore to do so, that's going to affect your overall enjoyment. This is not a 20-hour indie release. You know, this
I
is a
do believe
big Koji Pro.
I do believe that there is something in this game that I'm going to love, because it is weird and it is interesting and it is Kojima, and like Kojima has made some of my favorite games of all time.
And you
like,
enjoyed the first one?
Not really.
Oh,
it was interesting, but I was not.
Did you beat it?
No.
Oh, so what made you dive in on the sequel? Just out of curiosity, just to like see what?
I heard it was weirder.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
But what I will say about the first one was something that I constantly thought about and was like, I should go back to that. You know, because like something about it is sticky. Like something about it did hook me. But I don't know. I will report back. Like this,
okay.
Just for the record, people, this is not me saying like I hate the game, or whatever. It's just me saying like we're not there yet.
Gotcha.
And I would love to come back and be like, no, I get it. I love it. It's great.
Some of my favorite stuff about the first game came through with the finale.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
Its strongest moments are some of its closing moments. Fortunately, unfortunately, you know what I mean? Like it's some of the best performances and some of the most interesting things about what's going on come through there, but also the silliest in a way, because it has to go that way. But yeah, I guess the question of, I now that I kind of get a sense of more so what you're looking for, I can understand why you kind of feel that way. And like,
yeah, and like especially with the first like 6 or 7 hours with this game, it is a lot of talking to very ordinary looking people and just like none of the kind of silliness that I was kind of hoping for.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, it's not Metal Gear Solid 6, right?
And it would be fucked for me to expect that.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Who
That's
knows?
fishing.
That is, yeah. We'll see what OD is like for sure, and then PT was going to be something, and just maximum Kojima weirdness is what you're looking for, but it is not the whole thing. Yeah.
I need scissors.
I can get you some downstairs if you'd like.
Well, you don't. You look. The audience just went nuts for that. I forget sometimes, Woolie, that you're a casual gamer, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
Metal Gear Solid 2.
Uh-huh.
The Colonel starts freaking out at the end.
Oh, just what? That's one of the means. So there's okay.
And it's like that's.
We're not exactly human. Yeah. No. I would say that like what you want is a David Lynch like supercut of Kojima moments. You know.
You ain't wrong.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand what you're here for.
But then, like, again, just to provide the contrasting viewpoint as well, I have seen a lot of people say, like, Expedition 33 was my game of the year until Death Stranding 2. So I think I'm in the minority here. But I'm open to being won over, and I am going to spend more time with it.
Interesting.
I know that is a swing for me too. But yeah, no, people love this game.
Interesting. I couldn't see that happening, but, like, I'm curious to take a look.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, I will, but I will say that, like, I'm curious if the stuff that I liked about by the end of DS1 would resonate with you, you know? I'm curious if any of that would like kind of land in there.
It's not impossible I go back and play that game, because like I was like 30 hours in. Like I did not play like a small chunk of that game.
And then of course the other part of this I've heard is like, hey, do it when there is a child that you have to keep alive, and you go, oh,
I have heard that changes how you
yeah. So, fair enough. Okay. Let's take a quick break.
Let's do it. And we're back. So, Woolie, it's a different energy in person.
It is a different energy in person. Want to move that? Eat that mic a little bit. Eat that mic a little bit. There you go. Eat the mic. Yes. There you go.
I'm very conscious about not blocking the.
I realize, and I've gotten used to. Hey, it is a different energy in person. You are correct.
I want to talk to you about your toilet seat.
Oh, you've noticed.
I have not just noticed. I have been converted.
Okay, this I didn't see coming.
Dude, you look. I'm gonna say, you have pitched me these seats a couple of times, and every time I'm a bit like, okay, well, this is a special interest, and that's fine. No. No, it is not. No, this is just a quality of life improvements. When you sit down on that seat and you feel like someone has just baked warm bread on that toilet seat and you now get to rest your ass cheeks against it. Phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Have you pressed any of the buttons?
I've been too scared.
Okay. Well, the heat, the fact that it lights in the dark, so when it's the middle of the night and you walk over to it, it's got a little glow so you can see where it is. Mm-hmm. And as you open it, it detects light, and then, as the lights come on in the bathroom, the light turns off, and then it has that seat heating preference, that's ready to go. And I highly recommend the next time you need to, you press that little button that helps with the, facilitates the cleanup procedure.
I do have issues with that sometimes.
It is a really good button.
Okay.
And I'll say that what converted me was going to Japan and using them and going, oh, Japan figured out the toilet seat.
Okay, because if that button assists in the way I perhaps think it will assist, that could eliminate some problems.
There's no going back. Once you truly experience what it means to be clean and to feel clean.
I see. Huh. Okay. I thought we were talking about bowl cleaning and not bowel cleaning.
Oh, we are talking about cleaning of the individual.
Oh!
Cleaning of the soul. Cleaning of the soul, my friend.
Okay.
I'm just saying, the Japanese have figured it out. I learned, and I returned home and immediately rectified the situation. I rectified it.
I did catch that.
By getting 2 bidet toilet seats.
Okay.
And they're on my, yes, and we cannot live without them. They're magnificent, and if you have not experienced true cleanliness yet, this is an opportunity to do so, and I promise you, there's no going back.
I guess I get worried about things coming towards my ass.
I understand. And listen, I'm not gonna necessarily, I don't need a follow-up to this conversation.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry.
Okay,
You're getting one.
Okay, but
we're having this conversation.
But I'm just gonna say that there's a button there, and the button is like it actually looks like a little butt, and then the little water. There's a little light of water. You'll notice. And you just hit that thing,
okay. Next time on Versus Wolves.
recommend or die. There's also a fan button if you really want to, like,
I mean, it gets hot.
Yeah. And like if the because like let's just put it this way, all right? You press the button and then you feel clean. You feel truly clean for the first time in your life. And then you grab some paper and do as you would normally. And you just notice the difference.
Okay, because Woolie, sometimes it's so hard to get clean.
Talk to me.
Sometimes it's so hard to get clean. It's
difficult.
And you don't want to feel like a dirty person. But it just when the heat is a certain way and the humidity and you've eaten spicy food and it's so fucking hard. It's so hard, Woolie. And you just want a solution and you can't talk to anyone about it. But you just need a solution.
I have your solution. The bidet button. The bidet button. All right? I'm about to change your life once again.
Okay.
All right. Now, I know you might be a little bit nervous.
I'm nervous.
But you're just going to need to relax, take it easy, and press that button when the time is right. Right? You are the one that chooses when to press it. I can assure you that I've preset it so that it's warm. So I have preset the temperature to make sure that you'll be comfortable.
The way you said that was nearly like, I can assure you that I've preset it to what I calculated to be your preference.
They're my preferences, but I'm pretty sure you'll appreciate those preferences too.
A better life is waiting for me.
It really is.
Right there.
It really is.
I just need to be brave enough to walk forward.
Through the threshold.
Okay, next time on Versus Wolves.
Yep.
Next time on Versus Wolves.
That's it. Okay. I just couldn't live without it. Okay, so last month,
some recommends were recommended.
Some they were lobbed, and some of them were fastballed. I have had one building up for quite some time. Anyone who knows me from some years ago might know I've walked around with a Reboot pin on my hat because that has been emblematic of one of my favorite media experiences.
Do you want to give people a little bit of just a smidge now of background here?
Sure thing. So I recommended John to watch Reboot, and Reboot is the 3D animated TV series from the mid 90s, from 1994, and it was a bit of a clunky 3D animated show.
Yeah,
it was a little bit awkward, and they kind of they didn't quite have the smoothness of walking and talking and all that stuff down right away. But if you compare it to its most contemporary competitor at the time, Literally Nothing, you would be like, oh wow, those shaders are actually kind of quite nice. It's not that bad with the 3D animation. It's literally the first 3D animated show ever made.
That's crazy. I did not know that.
It is the first 3D animated show ever made.
Okay. Right?
There have been little short music videos. There have been little things where you throw in a little graphics mixed in with a whole lot of human beings. Right? Captain Power, the Soldiers of the Future, has a little 3D guy that flies around and the humans run around with. But fully 3D animated 100%, this is the first of its kind. And so when you understand that, perhaps you go, oh, I'll take a second and be like, I see what they were going for here. This is actually a little more impressive than I thought.
Because when you think about that, it is surprisingly ambitious.
It's very ambitious.
Well, not surprising. Yeah, it's crazy ambitious.
And Mainframe Studios, who made it, you can go and, in fact, a couple of friends are currently making Reboot Revival, which is a documentary following the creation of how this show came to be.
No way.
And they've been putting out these 1 hour episodes, doing interviews with everybody. And it's been such a dark, kind of forgotten history over the years. I made a video about it at one point many years ago, talking about, what it meant to me and what I felt. But we're getting deep dives into the full creation of the series that you kind of just things are unearthing. But overall, it's a 3D animated series about a world inside the computer. And there's some characters that basically get up to saving the day and protecting their city from viruses. And when the user, which is you or I, Megabyte is the virus, that's one of them. And when the user goes to play a video game, the video game loads into that world and everybody gets themed as a part of that game. But if they lose, they get nullified. If they win, they survive. So it's just that's the premise.
And this was this show, from what I understand, was a big part of you getting into creative stuff.
I literally didn't understand what I was looking at the first time I watched it. I saw 3D things happening and I didn't know what 3D was. And I had a moment of I don't understand what my eyeballs are seeing, but this is the most impressive shit. It just looks unbelievable. Why does it look so curved? Why is the shading? Why is the lighting so different? Right?
There's gradients.
Yeah,
there's real 3D perspective. There's 3D camera moves,
and so all of that kind of just left this massive impression on me, which then made me go, I want to make that. Whatever that is, I want to go on to make that. And I had a dream of working at Mainframe as a kid, and I wanted to learn about 3D animation. So I started actually modeling in 3D Studio. Before 3D Studio Max existed, I went and found out the software, 3D Studio originally, started doing stuff in that. And then that dream also became, at one point, I'm like, maybe I can work at Capcom, you know? But 3D for animation and video games became a passion of mine from watching Reboot. Never mind the actual part of the show that is like, yo, this show's pretty sick. So
yeah, this was definitely one of those recommendations where now, like, in hindsight, I should have known, but for whatever reason I never thought this specific one was coming, and so I was approaching it with genuine, like, oh, there's weight on this one. You know?
But I also know that the reason why it took me so much time to recommend it is because not only, well, yes, it's beloved and everyone knows I love it, and it's kind of an expected thing for me in a way, but I know that it's a rough start. It's it's the first of its kind. So they're learning the ropes of how to make one foot go in front of the other actually.
Yeah.
Right? And then with each season, they learn a little bit more about how to tell a story and about how to make those characters kind of, you know,
but like, it's interesting because, like,
grow.
I was watching the first couple episodes and I definitely felt like this is a kids show. This is a show for kids. And then Hexadecimal shows up.
The virus.
She crawls out of a fucking Korn music video.
Yes.
And you're like, what the fuck?
and her, oh God, the voice acting, I mean, just absolutely, like, what an incredible job from so much of the cast. She in particular that's a stage performer, you know?
Totally.
And yeah, Megabyte, you know, and
Megabyte was so good. Like that is also just a great vocal performance, you know?
Yeah, so Tony J is a legend, and you know, there will never be another like him. I want to make sure to give Hexadecimal her flowers in Reboot. That is Shirley Milliner, and she just, you know, like, there's these clips of her just monologuing as she's changing her face.
Yeah.
That are some of my favorite moments of voice acting as a kid.
She's brilliant.
And I never thought, like, I was just in this for the 3D and the video game adventures, and then I just got these amazing performances out of it as well, you know. But that being said, I mean, there's a whole lot to talk about when it comes to Reboot. Totally. So, like, you know, I recommended it to you. So
yeah, I would say, like, it was definitely a slow start. And there was a moment where I was like, oh, I'm going to have to sit through a lot of this kid's cartoon. You know what I mean? But, like, I think what started to kind of get me into it was, like, really putting myself back in the mindset of, like, you have never seen 3D and this show appears.
Yeah.
You know, and that's
it.
That's crazy. And then, like, over time, like, I did start getting more into the Guardians, you know? Like, I really liked Enigma. She was good.
Who's Enigma?
One of the Guardians.
There's only one Guardian at the beginning of the show.
Are you more of a Defrag fan? Woolie? Do you like Googs better?
Why did you do this?
Do you like Vector?
Why did you do this?
What did I do?
You've ruined this entire... You've ruined the trip. You've ruined this episode. You've ruined this friendship. You've ruined every... Like, this is not Gundam Seed.
Woolie, what's wrong?
What did you do? What did you do, John?
I watched Reboot.
Reboot what?
The Guardian Code. The one on Netflix. That's the easiest place to watch it.
And what possessed you to do that, John?
Because it was to recommend, Woolie. Okay, I'm in the dark. Woolie, what's going on here? Why is the mood shifted? We were having fun. We were laughing. What's the problem? I watched all 2 seasons of Reboot. It's pretty good.
Okay. So the bit, folks, is apparently from now on going to be that I try to recommend something for a good, discussion, and instead John goes and finds the most infamous worst version of its existence and chooses to experience that instead.
Wait, then what did I watch?
The live action sequel that was put on Netflix.
I did think it was weird when you were saying there about how like it was all 3D, and I was like, well, what about like the live action sect? What about the high school bits?
No. It's kind of like, remember a couple of weeks ago when it was like, wait a minute, oh hold on, I didn't know that. Dude, Amaro Char, who's that?
Dude, you've
right?
got to start getting more specific with your recommendations.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, no.
This is on you.
Right.
This
It's like
is on you.
it's like, oh, the first Gundam, right? The first Gundam. Yeah, no, we're
Gundam
just
Seed!
Yeah.
Woolie!
So folks, you see what happens is we just do the bit again, right? We just do the bit again.
I'm not doing any bit.
And you're like, oh, like maybe this will hurt Woolie. I hope so. Do some damage.
Bit, although
now the entire segment is.
I did think it was strange that it came out in 2018, yet it was a childhood thing for you. The dates there didn't add up,
right,
so I was getting confused.
It seems like you have a whole lot of confusion when it comes to franchises, because when I say Hunter x Hunter and I'm talking about 1999,
that keeps happening.
Yeah, it's funny how you are having a hard time watching the correct show that I'm speaking of instead of the wrong one, and then changing the entire trajectory of your life according to that.
Okay. So, Woolie, I noticed you're bringing up the Hunter x Hunter thing again, which is something you do when you're typically very upset. And, I think this is a moment of self-reflection and healing, right? And I think maybe the common denominator here is that you need to start being more precise with your wording.
You know what? I think I'm going to get very precise.
Well, I mean, that sounds like it would solve a lot of problems, Woolie.
Yeah. Okay, John. Okay. You know what? Precision it is then. I might need a minute to turn some gears here. But we can get precise if that's what you'd like.
Well, that is what I said.
Yep. Okay. No. That's good. Okay. So yeah. No. Continue ruining the segment. Then continue telling me about what you watched. So what? How did that go then? Because in my video, the Forgotten History of Reboot from a billion years ago, I did end that video on a dark note, as we talked about the incoming the pending release of this franchise. And there's a whole history about how essentially after Reboot, the series died. A whole pained existence of mainframe.
I can't remember that. Can I ask you one question?
Yeah, sure.
Are they that different? Are they that different, Woolie?
Okay.
I can go back and watch the other one if you want, but I kind of feel like I've got the story now.
You know what? I'm good. We are good. Wow, we're really in the same space, aren't we? We're right here in the same physical space at the same time, and within the same time zone.
If I go missing, anyone,
well, we don't record these live, John.
Oh God. Okay.
That's a record button. That is not a stream button.
Oh, okay, so I could be long dead at this point.
I learned that you like to do this a little bit every now and then. Every now and then you start.
Secret, Woolie.
John, what was the point of this month?
Reboot. I accept I maybe have put a foot wrong here.
Did you watch the entirety of the Guardian Code?
More of it than you'd think.
How much did you watch?
A couple episodes from the first season, a couple episodes in the second season, the last episode.
Yeah, you watched a lot. Okay, so you know about the last episode, and you're aware of.
Mm-hmm. Hey, everyone makes mistakes, right?
You just love to ruin a good thing. You really love to ruin a
How
good
about this,
thing.
Woolie? Let me meet you halfway here. I thought the Guardian Code was pretty good. We're both Reboot fans now. I might get a little hot, and I might have the Reboot.
You fucked up this episode. You fucked up this episode. Like, you legit, in more way. Oh my god. All right. Okay, so this is what I have to take. Yeah. Okay, from now on. No. Okay. All right. No, from now on, this is what I have to just take into account, right? It's just every time we're just gonna the fucking Gundam scene, the Hunter. Yeah. Okay. No.
Was that me talking?
Yeah.
Was that me? That's not how I sound. Woolie.
Should I have said or then? Should I have?
I knew it.
Listen.
I knew you were one of those fucking
Okay.
people.
All right.
Okay.
We can run the wolves.
Run the wolves.
All right, let's get this back on track. Let's get this back on track.
Run the wolves.
Listen.
Run the wolves.
So, are you effectively then saying that you failed to watch Reboot? Hold on a minute. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Are you effectively am I...
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay, listen. Let me.
Am I hearing that you failed the recommendation challenge, and you then therefore did not experience the thing that I asked you to experience for this podcast episode?
I might have had a lot going on the past 2 months with the book. Remember the sick book?
Oh, do you have a lot going on then, do you?
Woolie, I lead a...
And there's nothing going on in my life, John.
This is the kid. You got the kid, buddy.
You failed the recommendation.
So I might...
You failed...
I might have
the podcast
known
again.
I wouldn't have enough time to watch all of Reboot,
and so as a funny little
for the bit, as a little joke, as just a little prank, Woolie, as a little moment of levity in this dark world. Yes, I watched a couple episodes of The Guardian Code.
Walking in here full well knowing that you once again refused to do the thing.
A little humor, Woolie. A little comedy. That's what Superman was about. Light in the darkness. I accept that perhaps a tiny punishment is in order. I think that yes, I have violated the rules of the podcast.
So you walk in fully going arrest me then. You are
Well, it's kind of like arrest me teehee. Like I made a joke out of it. Like I made a great piece of content.
You have for the second time sinned against this podcast by showing up uncommitted and not fulfilling the one thing we're supposed to do.
Games website was not very well laid out. It was not very well laid out.
We have video evidence of you and your inability to get a recommendation together over the course of a month. And this is the second time you've done so. So, yes, there is atonement that must be had for your transgressions. This is fucking crazy. It would be one thing if you walked in here just going, hey man, you know, it's been a rough time, and there's a part of me
went through some stuff
that understands.
Let me tell you about the perils of publishing.
Now, just listen to what I'm saying. There's a part of me that understands how busy life can get and is fully experiencing that. And you know what? We learned about empathy. And you know what empathy is, John?
What's empathy?
It's punk rock, right?
Yeah.
So we learned about that. And if you walked in here and you were like, hey, listen, this is what it is, that would have been one thing. But instead of just having that moment, you chose to take it a step further, several steps further, and bring that fucking Gundam Seed bullshit back to me while failing to just make it fucking extra poopy then is what it is. Okay, all right. No, I see how you feel about things.
We already fought. Why are you taking off your wrist?
I see how we feel about things, and because it was getting in the way.
Okay.
It was getting in the way. I see how you view this, how you view me, how you view all of it, and you just didn't do your fucking homework.
I'm bold.
Okay. Well, we're not going to be talking about Reboot the Guardian Code then.
Okay, sure. Well, I mean, I already gave my thoughts, man. It's pretty good. I see why you like it.
Do you know who did do their homework, John?
Was it you?
The soon-to-be expecting parent chose to be responsible and finish what he started. In the time between setting up a fucking crib and anticipating your arrival, I have completed Mother 3.
Wow, that means so much to me, Woolie. Because that's a very important piece of media for me.
And this is the part where I start talking about Earthbound Origins for 5 minutes and pretend to be like, oh, when that happened or this happened.
Buddy. I would never.
And then I start comparing it.
Something that you didn't want to talk about.
And then we start comparing it, and then you go, wait a minute, what? That didn't happen. That's cool. Not Mother 3.
You chose to make it your own. That's really awesome. I'd be so supportive.
And then you're like, what? But no, you said to the Mother, so I played Mother, and then I played the first one, and then. Because you couldn't do your fucking job, I'll do your job for you. Because we can't talk about Reboot.
Next month, though.
We can talk about Mother 3. Okay. All right? Because, hey, guess what? I experienced it last month, but I didn't finish it. So I committed. It turned out I was a lot further away than I thought.
I think we need to go into this with more positive energy. So run the wolves, Woolie. Run the wolves.
Fuck the John. How about that?
Mother 3, Woolie. How you feeling? I felt like it was not connecting with you last time.
I'm upset, John. I'm upset. I'm low.
Do you need a minute?
I'm low key livid, and we're just gonna find a way to make it through because some of us are professional broadcasters. So, where I left off was quite a bit into the game, and I had a feeling like things were starting to get there. But it wasn't quite exactly done yet, And so where I basically found myself this between last time and now is New Pork City. And arriving after the world has, the city has grown in time. Things have started to pass people. The old little country town that you used to hang out in is not the same anymore. Everyone moved out of town and they've all moved to New Pork City. And New Pork City, at this point, they're not hiding it anymore. Pokey is just, he's Lord of the Land, and he's running the whole show. And you, Lucas, Kumatora, Duster, and your trusty old dog Boney are the only ones that are...
Woolie, I can still hear the rage in your voice.
I'm trying. I'm really... Listen to me, folks. I'm trying. There were a couple things the first time around in Mother 3. Your mute button's over there, by the way. It's the one on the... It's the blue thing. You just need to tap that to... Yeah.
I think I'm muted.
That's how you do it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
There's a couple things I forgot to bring up last time that I thought were pretty fun on the romp that were charming about this world, which, you know, again, Shigesato Itoi, master of charm. There are so many useless items you pick up in this game that do absolutely nothing, that take up space in your inventory until you fucking look them up to find out they do nothing. Mm-hmm. You would think a silver dragonfly would have some sort of use and for some purpose, but no, none whatsoever. They just take up space in your inventory. Picking up trivia cards and reading them to the enemies and hoping that the right one gives the right answer for I don't know what. Like, they're just... It's wild. Dolphin ossicles can be picked up throughout the entire game, and there's a character that's a ghost that tells you all about them, but for some reason, like, you have to go find that person, and they give you some facts about ossicles, and you just collect them, but they don't do shit. They just sit there.
Well, you learn about ossicles, really.
Turns out Shigesato Itoi is a big fan of dolphin ossicles and used to carry one around. That's it. That's all.
That's awesome.
That's all. Bit of a wild little actiony segment where you have to go underground and underwater to cross the ocean to get to the island, and that was like a survival, like a bit of a you know, like keep getting air at the air station. And
Real Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, but the air station is the merman, right? And then Boney gets kissed and blushes. If you remember, everyone gets kissed, but then it's always Boney kind of going like, right? The part where you walk into the tower, into the you walk into the tunnel, to where the train passes, and like a Mr. T looking guy just comes out of nowhere and yanks you and goes, "Kid, no way, don't do it." I don't know what's going on in your life, and I don't know what's happening, but there's so much more to live for out there. And just like, hey, you know, I'm just think about it, okay? And then just leaves you to go, you know? And then eventually you have to go in and he's like, "No, wait! Oh, no, wait, sorry. I knew that was the only way you had to go. I'm just force of habit. I was, you know." But like, yeah, just these little dumb bits. Here's what I'll say. Like, overall, I was there's a couple things I was waiting for that didn't happen. Happy boxes were an interesting part of this world where like TV started showing up in this, you know, and like I kind of wanted that to be a bigger part of the plot, but it seems like they kind of took their time and like they didn't really go too much anywhere with it, right? Like, they're sort of a thing, but they're... I
don't know if I agree with that.
Okay. The impression I got was overall that they were affecting everybody because they were just like playing stuff that they were watching. And then people eventually were like, "I'm going to move to New Pork City." You know?
I think but that was part of the brainwashing.
Okay, that was the device to get them to follow along.
What's interesting is that Itoi has actually gone on record saying they're not TVs. Happy boxes are not TVs.
Oh.
Yeah. So this thing was influencing people somehow.
Okay.
That's all you really know.
Okay, understood. Okay, fair enough then. Yeah, that was a little more subtle than I picked up then.
I mean, like, your read on it isn't wrong. I mean, that, like, I think if you have to go to like direct words from the author to fill it in, it's not correct or incorrect.
Yeah, I kind of just read it as a, like, this is an analogy for the television and it's taking over as the city's modernizing and people are losing their way.
Yeah.
Especially the characters that are staring at the box the whole time once it arrives, you know? once you get to the island, there's a really phenomenal section, which is the mushroom trip.
That is one of the best fucking bits of the entire game.
That is
Daddy's gonna beat your boy.
Super strong.
So dark as well. Jesus.
And you just get to experience you know what, I have respect for any time like you have a moment in a series or a story where like you have an excuse to go inside the characters' heads and
totally.
visit their fears, you know. You're like, it tells you so much about them, and whatever that is, whether it's a alien force or drug, there's any millions of ways you can do it, but exposition inside of a character, and you start to see Lucas's fears. You know, you start to see Flint, right? You see Klaus, you know, all these little moments of their life and childhoods and stuff coming back, and the fear he had, and it's just a great thing. And it was also well timed in the sense that, you know, you've been on this adventure overall, but you're kind of just out to stop Pokey, you know. You're not really like, you're getting revisited by these characters, and you know, but it's still holding its cards close to its chest, you know. And like I said last time, I was waiting to see. I'm like, okay, where are we going? We're setting things up, but where are we going with it? I mean, there's a couple of magic moments before that, like the Hinawa flower field. I
love that.
What an amazing sequence.
Yeah, because I wasn't sure if you'd gotten to that bit or not, and when that bit didn't come up in the last episode, I was like, huh.
That's a phenomenal sequence.
Okay, cool.
I did get to it, but it just wasn't like. But yeah, just I'm bringing it back around because we were, you know, summarizing things. The and the fact that she like not only is your mother guiding you in this like moment of this time of need, but also like instructs everyone else to like set up to save you, to make the plan come together. You know, it's like that was really special. I really love that. And it helps establish her as just a great mom. You know, every time I walk by that graveyard, I'm visiting that gravestone.
Yeah.
100%. You know, you're getting a flashback until you see the ball, and then you start seeing the same ones again. But I'm like, you know what? This game might have a counter or an invisible counter for how many times you go visit. I don't know. I don't care. I'm going to, if I could put flowers down, I would, you know, for Hinawa. And that felt good. Yeah, I feel like, you know, you kind of just have a story that's moving, and like it kind of goes all over the place, right? It's not very structured, but the vibes are taking the wheel more than anything. And, you know, I don't know if anyone like playing this, if you don't know who Pokey is or so, like you're kind of just going to be like, what? Okay.
So first time playing it, I didn't cop that Pokey was in it.
Okay.
And I think it took to the end of the game before I was like, I love this.
Okay.
And then going back and replaying it, loved it from minute one.
Okay. Like I said, the moment I heard his theme song, I recognized it, you know, you know, and they were telegraphing it. But what I completely fucking didn't see coming, obviously, and what was completely was just the needles and the dragon and the world and the, you know, all that crazy shit, culminating, of course, when you get to talking to Letter, who just breaks down and basically goes like, okay, so we're going to spend some time just exposition.
Yes.
Is this what you would like? Some people will hate this, but if you like it, you can talk to me and just get it all in. So we're going to spend 10 minutes talking about the world. And you're like, okay, I like it. I enjoy it when you establish a world, what's happening. And you're like, okay, yes, this is not Earth. This is something else. These are people that came from another reality. And wherever Pokey went at the end of that, last time we saw him, we wound up here with the refugees of a dead world on the remnants of the last surviving life, you know? And because Pokey is just the embodiment of all that is greedy and selfish and, what's the right word?
Capitalism?
Well, certainly. But not so much nihilism, but what's the emperor who married his horse and stuff? Caligula,
yeah.
Right? the Caligulan figure that is Pokey, right, is essentially just one that is out here because he's like, I'm immortal and bored and I don't give a fuck. And that's my motivations. Even all that is like, the revelation of that is like, oh wow, that's crazy. Okay, cool, right? You going through his tower is like a crazy gag, but
I think that tower dungeon is incredible.
It's a wild series of just ha 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 ha, over and over again. But you get to like meet up with the band again. Duster gets to rejoin DCMC. You have a nice little moment there with what I really appreciated. But I understand that even once you pull that last needle out and everything's going to shit and you fight Pokey and you're doing this again, and you fought him before and he's in that fucking, he's a little bit older, quite a bit older, infinitely so, but he's the same piece of shit and he's just making people suffer because it's fun. And you put him in his place, and then that's all fine and dandy. But what truly matters is your brother Klaus.
So this is the encounter that the entire game.
This is the whole point. This is the whole point.
Yep.
And now I can understand when it's like Toby Fox is going, I can't wait for everyone to find out what a hack I am. Right? I'm like, I see. This experience was it was rough because I was at the end of my resources, because you kind of are like even if you heal up in the hot spring that's right there, if whatever's in your pocket is all you're taking into that fight,
and it's a brutal fight.
It's a real fight, and the game will say fuck you if you don't have a save that can handle this. And the only thing you can do is like kind of hit the little monsters around to level up to get strong enough to handle it. But you are fighting Klaus, and as you're fighting him, there's that, like, he's brainwashed, he's the masked man, is fighting back against you. That badge you got a little bit earlier has been spit shined into a Franklin badge. And shout outs to the Mr. Saturn and the Valley of the Saturns that was like, yeah, we're here to help you too. Remember us? They're still around. That was a nice little touch. And they gave you that Franklin badge so that this time around, when Klaus zaps you, you reflect it. That was really cool. And as you are trying to fight, you can't do it. Lucas couldn't act. He couldn't swing. He just found himself unable to move.
He cannot hit his brother.
Right. And the brother's brainwashed and just going through. And at this point, like, Pokey has completely, they've pretty much broken down for you, because the last of the McGipsies was Facade. And you kind of find out about how, like, oh yeah, like they just hollowed out what was inside your brother's brain and just turned him into like a robot of a human being. And, whatever is in there is just struggling, but you can't swing because it's your brother, man. And from the beginning, it's just been about you two. All those flashbacks of you two together and your mom and everything. And you can't do it. And he's attacking you and you're just defending. That's all you can do. And then Flint, your dad, who's been missing the whole game, finally steps back in and dives and takes the charged up hit for you, because you can both do PK love, right? PK whatever your thing is. For me, it's PK punch bomb, right? But like he uses it on you, and then Flint dives in the way, takes the hit, and is like I believe it's described as critically wounded. And once Dad goes down, then Lucas can fight. And you swing and you attack, and it's like, oh shit, okay, now he can do it, right? And it's just a fucking slog, and you're healing up, and you're defending, and you're buffing, and every time you put a shield up, he deflects your shield and swings at you. And as you just wail on each other, the rest of your team is out and gone. They cannot survive. It's a 1v1. And as you and Klaus are going at it, eventually it fades to white. And then you get a memory, right? You get a memory of yourselves. And you get a voice that kicks in. And literally your mom is like, hey, stop. You're brothers. What are you doing? And then you keep fighting. And then she's like, please, don't do this. Lucas, can you hear me? And then you keep fighting. And then, Klaus, it's me. Why? Why is it like this? And it's just like, at that point, like, I'm like, I don't even, it's like a puzzle. Cause I'm like, I don't even know, but like, am I supposed to get, and I'm like, oh, I don't know. And like, I failed it and came back in and I didn't have the items for it. And I had to get a little stronger and I had to, it was rough, you know, but I failed a couple times and came back in, and you get a little bit further, you know, and then the one that does it is mom's voice comes in one more time and goes, okay, Klaus, it's time for you to come home. That's the video game. That line is the entire video game, right? The ghost of your dead mom is trying to stop you two from fighting each other to the death. And there's nothing she can say that's getting through. And she knows that you're trying your best, but there's nothing you can do. And he won't stop. And one son is going to kill the other. And she kind of has to, she just realizes it. And eventually just kind of goes, come home to mom. It's okay. You can let go. And it's like, oh, the weight of that moment is
fucking rough. And like, I think, to me, like, what that game kind of is, it's about how we deal with grief and how we deal with pain. And so, like, you, as Lucas, like, you know, do you ever notice the amount of times over the course of the game where they reference what a baby Lucas is and how much he cries?
Yeah.
And that's because, like, because he grows out of that.
Yeah.
And he grows out of that by going out into the world, by experiencing new things, by meeting new people.
By having the hero's journey.
Yeah, by not shutting down, basically. But Klaus falls in with these really fucked up people. Klaus's boss is this person who has made it so death can no longer affect him. Klaus is this boss is this person who seals himself inside this metal sphere forever, as opposed to feel defeat.
And I don't know if it's clear to him that he knows that's what he's doing in that moment.
No, it's not.
But Dr. Andonuts is like, got him. Yeah. Let's kick that ball around. Ah!
So, like, to me, like, the entire game is this kind of thing where it's like, hey, listen, if you want to experience the beauty of the world, you kind of have to be open to the pain that comes with that. Right. Or, because the only alternative is to go hollow, is to become this fucked up creature of yourself. This like, empty android version doing this awful shit in a world that is falling apart.
You lose yourself
completely.
The behavior, like, so Lucas is afraid from the jump when mom is lost, and yeah, he's more the crybaby, as they say. But as you go through the game, people remark on how stronger you're getting. Even the guy right outside your house, the pork soldier, is like, whoa, you guys are kind of scary now, you know? Like, and
like, what I love about that as well is, like, I feel like that gets reflected in the gameplay, because I don't know if you noticed, but like, some of those late game powers you get from Lucas, he becomes like a god.
Oh yeah.
And like, you're just like, you're rezzing everyone, you're fucking obliterating enemies.
The only thing stopping you is your limit on your psi, you know, essentially. Still struggled with the race the clock stuff and the rhythm, but overall that feeling was there for sure. And the frogs are reflecting on that as well as you talk to them. The frogs are kind of like,
I can't remember what that final hot spring frog says, but it always hits me.
Yeah, it was based. shit, I mean, it's been a minute for a second now, but by a minute I mean weeks, but it was like, this is the final hot spring in the game, and then just like I think it was from all the rest of the frogs and me, sincerely, thank you. You know, I think it was something to that effect.
Yeah.
You know, and then also the guy who holds all your items, who's just like, you guys are doing great. We believe in you, and you know, you're not alone out there. We're out here cheering for you. You know, which is like, that's all great, and that's a little bit, that feels very like Earthbound finale, you know, in a way. But I'm super, super glad that with this, that they did not try to repeat Gigas.
Yeah, because you can't do that again.
You can't do that again.
No.
That's done. That happened. That wasn't phenomenal, but it was done. And this was just a completely different approach to it. You can even find like a fake Ness bat, a fake Ness hat, a fake bow. You know, you can become the old characters, but in a fake way for really expensive in New Pork City. But yeah, overall, like, you have this when Pokey seals himself in that ball, and like you said, he's just like, that's another like sort of horrible infinite villain death moment. You know, the bad guy from Ninja Scroll or Cars.
Yep.
You know, you're just like, okay, enjoy eternity. Holy shit, that's awful.
And I think the fucked up thing, Pokey does it to himself.
Yeah.
Because he's like, well, I'd rather this than
get
ever
me.
have to change
Haha.
what I am.
Yeah. And he's smiling at you from inside the thing when you look at it too. He's like, nope, Pokey's, it's crazy. It's crazy, right? But how do you get to this point of like literally burning through universes, out of boredom? And he wants the powers because fuck it, right? But anyway, none of that matters. What matters is, you know, mom says, come home. And Klaus, his version of life was, he ran off to save everyone right away. He tried to go out into the wild on his own. He freed Dad from prison. He went out into the mountains. You know what I mean? He tried to do everything. And that first chapter, after Flint goes and tries to save him, the camera pans over and you see his body on the ground, you know, like he falls off the mountain. So like, he is experiencing life again at a much more accelerated pace. And you just have this kind of like this thing where he starts to recognize, but he can't stop. And it's a nice little detail there as well, because once mom says come home, you then fade to a crib and another crib side by side.
Oh, that bit is, yeah.
And the parents, Flint and mom, Hinawa, are talking to each other about what kind of person they want the kids to be. And, you know, she's like, oh, like, you know, I just want them to be good people like you, you know, strong and brave, but more than anything, just good, you know? And they're like, it's like little two cribs by the window, just blowing in the memories. And you have that moment come back and you're facing each other down, and Klaus is hollow, but you go to swing and you miss. And Lucas clenches at, you know, the weapon, but he can't hit anything. And then you go to defend, and Lucas doesn't know what to do anymore. And you're just like, your brother is like dying, and his hits are weaker, and you're going. And if you have the resources, you can die there, which I did. Came back in it though, and you can just go through all the options of what your character can do, and each one has a line that's just like, Lucas fights back the tears, but they flow out anyway. Like, you don't know what to do. Your brother is dying, and he recognizes that he kind of hears the sound of his mom's voice, and he looks around for it, but he can't stop. And yeah, you're the one that has to do the actions, you know, and mom is just like, it's okay, son, you know, until you beat him, you know. And then once you do, it's brutal. And then Flint, your dad, comes over and is like, you did what you had to do, you know. Yeah, the whole game was around that. I understand.
Okay, Okay, I'm glad. I'm really glad.
Mhm.
Because I know that wasn't hidden for you last time, but I think that is a phenomenal special game. And like maybe I don't know. I think mechanically there was just stuff it sounds like that just didn't gel with you.
Yeah, there's some RPGing about it that is like I prefer when I do RPG for it to do things a little different. I hate anything that requires like, well, that's not true. I love timing, but I like when the timing works. When it doesn't work, it's rough. But I do think it's cool when you have the ability to, like I like the idea of the rolling life bars, but it is a struggle. Right, there is something difficult about that I kind of but overall I get it. I loved it. It was very, very cool. That was a special thing, and to do that ahead of its time back then, holy shit. So
This was a Game Boy Advance game.
Yeah, no, I get it and I respect that. So let's take a second and then we can rank it.
Let's do it.
We're back from break. John, you look way more relaxed.
Well, Woolie, that's because I invested in myself and I stopped this podcast mid-recording. I said, Woolie, you know what? I'm feeling a little stiff. I'll be back in 2 hours. And you sat here waiting for me, and now I'm back after getting a refreshing massage.
Like mid-podcast emergency massage.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't even say anything. Like, Woolie was talking, he was doing the Pantheon of Greatness. I moved the microphone out of the way, I got up, I left the house, and now I'm back.
And how did that go?
It was phenomenal. Very large man, drained all the tension from my body. Look, Pantheon of Greatness, right? Okay, so starting off with Reboot.
By the way, the grinder delivery just arrived, so... Pantheon of Greatness.
Pantheon of Greatness. Reboot. The Guardian Code.
You're in my house.
Woolie, don't. I can. Don't. Woolie, no. Woolie, sit down. Woolie, sit down. Woolie, you're gonna cancel yourself. Woolie. And you're muted.
My show.
Okay. Well,
My show. My house.
You hear me if I raise my voice.
Okay. We don't need. No one needs that.
Let's bring it down. Listen. I thought you were getting like a beaten stick or like a switch or something.
No one needs to hear a loud Irish accent coming out of here.
Oh, so it matters that it's Irish, does it? That's a fucking. You know who you should go hang out with, Woolie? The fucking Queen.
the dead one, that is. There's a king now, sir.
Oh, cool. That's rad.
And you are in the Commonwealth right now, I'll have you know.
Yeah, I saw the money. Me and Michelle saw it and we both went.
It burns. Listen, Mother 3 on the Pantheon. Where does it stack up? Now, I was under the impression, long ahead of time that, as you said, there's the opening jab, and then you have the straight that follows, right? Mm-hmm. So, this was a special game for you.
Absolutely, it's a special game for me.
And we've talked about its impact in your life and its impact also on the genre, really. So, that doesn't necessarily factor into our personal experiences, but
I would also say if you're talking impact, Earthbound probably beats it.
In terms of impact on the industry.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Now, we can cut right through, and I'd say the bidding should start at Gunpla, right?
Number 15, right, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that is a slam dunk victory over Gunpla for me personally.
Yes, I would agree. I think it was as well.
You lead the charge on the next one.
Okay.
Mother 3 versus Vinland Saga Season 1.
Okay, so this is to big sips. I think that Mother 3 is charm through and through with a really strong finish, and the closer is what we basically are weighing everything else against. the parts where like the format of playing it in a way where the mechanics didn't work necessarily, and the parts where even my personal like, you know, not feeling of the battle system aside, I think we can look at the purity of what this was and what it was about and keep that in mind. So I'm holding that as my criteria in this nonsense list and saying it's better than Vinland Saga Season 1.
Okay.
I'm going to say that it is a stronger impact than Sacred and Terrible Air.
I would agree.
Starting Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as well. Well, you're putting me on the spot.
I'm gonna say,
yeah.
personally,
Yeah.
it's no contest.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah. I understand that because it's 15 episodes of Legend of the Galactic Heroes, so there's not a whole lot to establish just yet. You know, we still have more to learn about seizing the universe. Invincible Seasons 1 to 3, it's better than that too. There is something to be said about, you know, a parent's love for their child that this game encaptures. That's better than Kill 6 Billion Demons Volume 1. I'm going to say that I feel it. The Chaos vote is Dokapon Kingdom. But Mother 3 is more meaningful than that.
There's a lot of these arguments where I just want to scream, "Art, man," and that means Mother 3. That game's fucking art. It's emotion made into ones and zeros that somehow form as a video game.
Kamen Rider Gav, the journey through is a simple one and a fun one. The whimsy is all on point and it's cool as fuck. Mother 3 is saying things. What do you think about Mother 3 versus Mother 2?
So now this is a tricky one, right? Because personally, I feel that Earthbound connected with you more, whereas I prefer Mother 3. Would you say that's accurate?
That is accurate. I liked Earthbound's journey more than Mother 3's, but Mother 3's ending eclipses the fuck out of all of Earthbound. Right?
So I think that's on you then. I think you got to make the call here.
Earthbound is a solid ride, and then it increases and we hit an amazing resonant finale. And this is me also like going like pretending I don't know about Undertale and everything that came afterwards. And I feel like the ride through Mother 3 was there's some really great moments though. The Flint chapter in the beginning is fucking perfect. Duster is a real fun one too, but it's a little bit more all over the place. And you know, there's a middle part where I'm like, where are we going? And that's kind of where you heard me. What you heard from me at the end of the last one was like, I'm not sure where we're going.
And I think like we have to take into account the battle system just didn't click with you.
Rhythm was a part of this that it wasn't as much a part of that, and unfortunately the emulator on it just it sucks, and it also sucks that it was never officially ported over here. But man, does it stick that landing. This is a tough one for me. But like I think they sit next to each other. And nah, man. She told Klaus to come home. Mother 3 beats Earthbound.
Okay.
That
Mother 3 is our new number 6.
And I felt it while sitting there going, entertain me.
Little joke that will become relevant.
Yeah, I sat there and said, entertain me, and it did. So Mother 3 is our new number 6.
Okay. And you don't think Mother 3 beats starting boxing? Because it does say starting boxing and not fighting your friend.
That's true. But sitting above that is Roman Reigns. So our list is a little topsy fucking turv.
Hey, look. Roman Reigns has done himself no favors. If he wanted to stay that hot...
There has been a call for a re-examination of the list every now and then, and the jury's still out on whether or not we think that's valid.
I think we need to formalize that somehow.
Yeah, I agree, because I think there's something to be said about the time in our life when we experienced it and how it went into this. But I also fucking hate lists. So
I fucking love lists.
I just can't stand them. But here we are. We'll take it like this.
Okay. Mother 3, new number 6.
Mother 3.
Mother 3.
New number 6.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
There
That,
it is.
like, after last week, I was maybe predicting a worse result for Mother 3.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah. No worries. So right in there, we're gonna get them side by side, and it really is a testament to like just the power of that final battle.
Yeah. No, it's incredible. Okay, so Woolie, there has been a long-awaited section.
We've been
I'm happy to report that it is coming sooner than people thought it would.
We've been taking our time.
Update. Is my camera? Is that my camera here? Fox, tie it on me. Just tie it on my face here.
I mean, I can just go. You know, if you'd
Woolie,
like,
I'm
I
trying to
can.
do a bit here. Do you mind? Do you mind if I do it?
How about that? I prefer that. How about that?
That darkness. Fox, tie it on me. I have never truly been clean until this moment.
Thank you.
No, you're right. You're 100% right. What I would say, more pressure than I was maybe expecting. I think I let out a bit of a ooh, because Woolie, like, let's be real, dude. You're getting blasted in the ass.
You're getting. Listen.
I feel like bidet enthusiasts have hid the intensity of the water stream for fear of judgment.
Now, John.
Yes.
You're in my home. And what that means is you are discovering my settings and preferences. And perhaps you're learning a little bit more.
Okay.
About each other.
Hey.
We're learning about each other.
Yes, yeah, that's
so
true.
So you have sat down on what are my settings for my home. And yeah, I like it warm. I like a good clean. I think intensity behind the jets.
You did not mention the gust.
There is a gust.
There is a drying option also.
I did mention the drying option.
Did you?
I said that there was a wind button.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you know what? Look, once you experience it, there's no way to argue it. You are lying to yourself if you experience a bidet on Woolie settings and come away from that experience thinking you've ever been cleaner.
That's all I've wanted to hear.
Okay, no, you're right. I've spoken to Michelle. We are currently planning. And what are you laughing at?
I'm new home, perfect opportunity.
Yeah, new home, and you know, like, look. Do I want to be liked or do I want to be real?
That's it.
Do I want to be liked or do I want to be clean?
You know what? Like,
you know what?
It's so satisfying that within this same podcast, we've already had the resolution. You know, that's what's great about it, about this show. I really do appreciate it, and also, you know what? Like, I just want to give you your flowers.
Finally.
Yeah. No, I do, because you know you overcame that initial fear.
Yeah.
And you stepped up and you pressed the button. And your life was changed forever.
Yeah, now can I be really honest here?
No.
Second one of that button, Woolie. We're being real here.
Okay.
Second one of that button, raw terror. Raw terror, buddy. Bro, like that thing.
You heard the
shot
noise?
into my ass. It wasn't a noise. It was the force. It was the force. For a moment, I was like, I can't do this. I don't like.
But it's warm.
Near my bottom.
But it's
and
warm.
It was frightening. I got scared, Woolie. I got genuinely frightened.
You eventually learn to position yourself, and you can aim the nozzle for more accuracy depending on who you are.
Because it wasn't just.
it covered more than it was supposed to.
Like, Woolie,
the surface area
it slightly undershot.
Yep.
And just south
so
of that.
Yeah.
Are the testes?
That's correct. Yes.
It's
so
that knocked the wind out of me
this is where the arrow, you can aim it up and down and get the exact seating position of where you belong, right? And then also, second one is terror. I understand.
Yeah.
But seconds 2 through 19 are cleanliness, and then eventually you learn to even position.
Enjoy. Oh.
No. What? No, listen. Hey, this is about cleanliness. You're crazy. Stop it. You learn to angle and position, right? For absolute purity.
Okay.
Because the thought...
There's tech I haven't even unlocked yet.
The thought of walking out of there with...
Disgusting.
It's crazy.
Yep.
Right? Purity.
No. Let me just put a ribbon on it here, okay? It's like taking your asshole to a tiny spa. Every time.
So that's...
So there's no argument.
We've arrived.
There's no argument.
We've arrived.
There's no argument. There's people in denial and there's people living in the real fucking world.
I'm glad we've caught up, and I'm glad
Look, Woolie, we don't agree on a whole lot.
No.
We agree on
very
this.
little.
Yeah.
And if I can just be really real and just, perhaps even a little TMI.
Mm-hmm.
That toilet paper is it looks the same way it does when you detach it from the roll. There is nothing on it.
Can attest.
Right? You take it and you go, let's just be certain. And you're like, that's a clean sheet of toilet paper. And that, dear viewer, is clean.
And if you're listening to this and you're like, no, I would never do that. Why do you fear cleanliness?
What are you afraid of?
What are you afraid of? Look
deep down.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Look, it's not often that we talk to you directly, viewer. Usually
What
this is a conversational podcast.
Are you afraid of?
Yeah, I want you to imagine that you're sitting on a stoop and you've got your little poopy bottom and you're just going to see. Imagine me and Woolie sitting next to you, putting our hands on your shoulder. What are you scared of?
Just do it.
Just do it.
Just
embrace
clean.
Try it. That person you know who's not that fun to hang out, but
Step-
you know they have a bidet, pick up that phone.
Leave the ghost of yourself behind. Step out of that person into a clean new future. Bidet.
Like, there's nothing more to say.
All right.
Like, if we can't reach them like that, I genuinely don't know what to do, Woolie.
Japan figured it out. All right.
Okay.
John.
Yes, Woolie.
At the end of last month, you stood up with a ticket to Montreal.
And here I am.
And you said, I'm gonna fucking fight you. And I might be paraphrasing, but I do believe we arrived here versus fucking wolves then. I'm sure, dear viewer, if you've gotten to this point of the episode, just by the title you've clicked on, you can see that this is a special episode.
Yes.
Where do we go from here?
Well, I mean, I think perhaps katanas, bladed weapons, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe some kind of game where we try and financially ruin each other.
Okay, firearms. Yeah. Yes, I'm seeing this.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be curious if this is anyone's first episode. How'd that open in 2 minutes feel, buddy? Please let us know in the comments. I'd genuinely be very curious. Oh wait, I've heard of these guys. Click. You think you're special.
It's been a long time coming.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the groundwork was laid when you made me go get tapped out by a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt.
You know, if I could make a little correction there. My challenge was fight above a brown belt. The tapping out was your choice.
Can we check the tapes on that?
No.
Because I can.
No, we cannot.
I can check the tapes.
No, Woolie, let's stay focused. We're entertaining people here.
You know, it's not live. We can just stop and find out.
Not live. Keeps getting me.
We can use the power of editing to just transport us to the future.
So yeah, look, I arrived in Montreal last Tuesday. We have at this point spent a blissful week together. And if you're thinking, there's no way they're actually going to fight. This was a bit. We're going to get some staged WWE shit. I'll tell you right now, that is incorrect.
So look, for one, we're here and we're alive, which can only mean we have not fought yet. No, this was a multifaceted extravaganza,
Yes.
a Lollapalooza.
This comes in 3 stages.
Boy, does it.
Yeah.
So once John arrived here in Montréal, we basically said, you know what? Let's get this started. First thing I'd like you to do is come on down and check out my gym, right? Check out UD Performance, the church basement, right?
The church basement was way fancier than I was expecting.
No, and the it's like, I call it that because I think that's the coolest shit ever.
No, that is a cool fucking name.
Make no mistake.
Yeah.
But this is a proper facility run by a proper coach.
Yes.
And I've been going to his place. He had a gym in a different location, and then this is one of the newer ones. I've been out there, hitting pads, working mitts, and enjoying Coach Ludovic.
Coach Lou. So
Lou is the best.
So before we give Lou his flowers, which I absolutely will, I will say from this point on, guys, there is going to be a lot of visual shit here.
True. Because
we shot a lot of shit and we want to show it. I understand that's not convenient for audio listeners. Our apologies, but I think it has to be this way.
It does. It kind of does.
Yeah.
Right. It's a special episode. There's a lot going on. And we captured a lot of the moments of like what it's been like. So I said, come on down to the gym, come on down to UD Performance, and we'll do a training session with Lou.
Yep. So I met Lou, and immediately I was like, oh, this man is brimming with charisma. God damn. We were talking about like different kind of training stuff, Woolie, and you were saying how like you don't really want to like leave Lou's gym ever. Like that's who you like training with.
Nope.
And I was like, okay, cool. And then I met him and immediately got it. That dude is just a delight. He's the kind of person who could talk about boxing forever.
Holds court.
And you would want to listen to every word.
And I've talked about it a little bit before, in the past. You kind of heard that. But like, I really, I followed him from one previous location over to here. And I'm a huge fan. Like, I just love the way he teaches stuff. So what we got is I said, come on down and, you're here. Foxcade is new in town. Lil V Mills that came down as well, and
all the way from Calgary.
It was super cool. I was super happy that he was able to join us, and
so we try and time this specifically so that me and James would have overlap.
Yeah,
just love that dude
to come hang out, and turns out that he's been hitting the bags a little bit as well. Right, he did a little bit of boxing too. So we're like, yo, come on down. And then, of course, we could not be at this stage without Command Grab James.
A new player.
Yep. has entered the ring. And so he was who I rolled with back in the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu episode. And you can see by the cauliflower ear and the quality of his movements, he knows what he's doing. That is a fighter.
Oh,
who
no, Woolie, like, he doesn't know, like, okay, no, he does know what he's doing. What I'm saying is that you went for a swim in a lake and found Cthulhu. Like, that dude is a fucking beast on a level that I've tried very hard to convey to you.
He is a fighter hanging out with a bunch of YouTubers.
Yes.
That's what it is. That is what it is.
And like Command Grab James, like, first of all, he's a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which is an incredible thing to achieve. He's also a former, like, professional grappler, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like actual wrestling in front of audiences for money and has wrestled all these amazing names and just so fucking cool. And also just like the chillest fucking dude.
Told you.
Beautiful dog.
Yep.
That little Tiffin. Love that little guy.
Good peeps.
Yep, absolutely.
And meeting him at that Tekken tournament where he just called out that you were going to make this happen.
Mm-hmm.
He was super right.
Yep.
A year in advance, he was just like, yep, one day John's going to challenge you to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And when that day comes, give me a call.
Unfortunately, not the last time that he would successfully read me.
Well, so let's start here. Down at UD Performance, we trained and we got some footage of that together. And we let's take a look.
One minute of skipping is like 3 minutes of jogging. Just to let you know. What's wrong with it? Yeah, good job. Good job. Woo!
I like your focus.
I used to be the flashy star, chilling with cash and cars, but somewhere lost my past is hard now.
Fundamental always, and then you'll do. Last one is open round. Do whatever the fuck you want. You leave it. And you might have to beat me a lot.
It don't matter if you challenge me next. So I can power through you with no risk, leaving you so twisted up in my close fist. Take notice, I'm saying it's the coldest, baddest erratic fighter you can face on the foes list. The knockout king to all my opponents. I'm taking every moment to win, baby, I own it. Yeah, I stop this only with servants and because my skills are way great.
Still alive?
Talking about you, Reggie.
Oh, me?
You have a steady hand. So Reggie, like, between me and you, like, I'm the best, right? Like, it's
absolutely.
It's not close.
It's not even close. You look awesome.
Hey guys, what's up? You guys ready?
I'm thinking I'll just start sewing or drawing on sunglasses on the gloves themselves, just for the added extra. Yeah, you gotta start like adding in like tally marks. Yeah, and then I'll make sure to wear the sunglasses while we're doing this as an extra layer of like don't get hit. It's gonna hurt even more.
Don't get hit.
Don't get hit.
Precision aim hitting with the brain, concentrate with the wisdom gain vision through the pain. I will bang through the system, ain't vicious in the game, and I'm back forever. You can't stop my reign. I'm back to. Let the truth be told. I feel on fire when my passion flows. I'm back to.
Technically, you call time, one minute, and long way to work with it. So honestly, find a strategy to get in.
I'm back to. Let the truth be told. I feel on fire when my passion flows.
But boxing is a point which is good. Get up, once you got hit. What do you mean? They're like thousands. People are done. So that kind of protects you. Now, you have to see the other way around. When you don't understand the psychology of boxing, is that you got hurt fast. Regardless of what happened, I give you 10 seconds to get up to the fight. Or accept the two. One, corner, gentlemen. Let's go.
Move fast like a sweet bag, throwing right crosses over your weak jabs. It feels good without the implants in me. Here to show the world that my seals wanna skin deep. I'm charging the whiskey, moving in the frenzy. Show 'em the champ, leave something to envy. I say defiant in the sweet science, ready to rumble in the jungle of these weak lions. Yeah, I'm a legend, a street giant. And you the last 3 rounds against me, fool, keep trying. Back to, back to, I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to. Let the truth be told, I feel on fire with my passion flow. I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to. Let the truth be told, I feel on fire with my passion flow. Put 'em up, show me what you got. I wanna see how you rock, if you break or not. Wanna take my spot, better train the box. I'm with the game on lock and my ring won't stop. I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to, I'm back to. Let the truth be told, I feel on fire with my passion flow.
Ooh, nice combination. Scared motherfucker go to church.
Go to church. Church is upstairs.
Go.
Thank you, Phil.
Thanks, Lou. Thank you.
So much.
Yo, what's the address? UD Performance?
Better fucking say it, bro.
Yo, let's go, let's go. Under the church.
550 Richmond, son.
550 Richmond. Get in there.
UD Performance all day. Let's go.
Hold on, I need
Made by Coach Lou on Instagram. That's what it is.
So picture time.
All right.
All right.
Yes. So here's the thing about training, right? You're going to get in there and first things first, you're going to warm up. And how do boxers warm up? You hit the skipping rope. Boy, am I not good at skipping rope.
Skipping is hard. Skipping is intense. And this was 9 minutes of skipping, which fucking sucks if you're not used to it.
So this is a situation. I mean, look, John, no Johns, but you definitely, I feel like coming in, you took like a fish to water when it comes to boxing and like loved it and stayed in there. And I'm lamenting for the days when I was going 3 times a week back in the day. You know, I feel like I'm just chasing the ghost of my cardio, but I was able to make it to the end of these phases and not gas the fuck out and die.
You were totally.
Right. So I'm like, okay, I'm on my feet. We're here. But boy, was I having a hard time with the skipping. I always have. There's a part of me that was a little bit afraid last time too, because when the last time I hurt my back is because I did a tug jump and I went too high and I landed hard on my ankles.
Oof,
and it was after doing too much let's playing and not enough proper back stretches.
Sure.
So I was a little bit afraid of landing hard, you know, so I was lightly going about it, but we did some of those and you know, as you can see there, we hit the bags, we did some shadow boxing. And then we did a little bit of in the ring, touching gloves a little bit.
That was super fun. So I really wanted to fight James because like I've never fought like an MMA fighter like that. And it was interesting because I had 2 matches with him. And the first was just body sparring. And I would say the majority of the sparring I've done in boxing was body sparring. And that match I was like, okay, I think I did okay here. Like this felt good. It felt competitive. It felt like there was definitely like a push back and forth.
Right.
And that felt like now like he was still definitely catching me with some shots and stuff, like no question.
So that match you guys did with the headgear.
So that was the
sorry.
match.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll get to that in a second then. For me personally, so here's the thing. I've done no sparring.
So like you've done a fair bit of boxing, but it's all like mitt work and bag work, and that is a lot of people who do boxing.
I've done this for I've done this for a couple years now. It's been a while, and I've basically like done the drills, done the mitt work and stuff, and the kind of impression I feel like at the gym is sort of like sparring is like those who are like taking this to the next level, right? It's kind of feels like, it's not really meant to like waste anybody's time.
Sure.
It's for those who are trying to get to that level too, and then go in and, he trains Golden Gloves like competitors and people that go all the way up, so all that to say that for me, my time here has not been spent really facing other opponents. And that's a new world for me, I got in one spar with HD Executioner Hunter back at ComboCon many years ago when he was like, yo, get in the ring, let's do it, and that was also when he gifted me those gloves, and I was like, thank you so much, man. And like that was my first time ever experiencing that, and then getting in the ring here and trying this out, going for the body sparring was basically the only other time I've ever done this.
See, I only found out this kind of recently that like you hadn't done a lot of sparring, and especially before like the kid comes along and stuff. I'll get into this more later, but this was really something I wanted to do with you. And like, look, I should say right now, like I love to heal it up on this podcast. I love to kayfabe it up. I am incapable of doing that about actual fighting because I care too much.
It's so much fun.
Fighting means so much to me, and I really wanted to fight Woolie, not because I wanted to have that moment with you, and we'll get there. We'll get there.
We will.
But I also I just really, really wanted to. I really wanted to fight. To fight James because like I knew that look, grappling, I'm fucking toast. I am dead. But I thought like, okay, let's see how we do at boxing. And I would say like, again, that first round, great. But then James comes up to me and he's like, do you want to do head and body? And the moment he said that, I was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah. And and so, part of that too as well was like, Lou's like, hey, like, you guys are new, you know what I mean? You've only been at this a little bit. You don't know too much. So a lot of the time, it's safer to stick to body, for people who don't really know what they're doing. It is the smart choice in most cases. It's the responsible one. But like, if you kind of are willing to like push yourself a little bit and, go with it, then he's like, all right, let's grab some headgear. Let's do it, And you jumped in there. And I mean, that was super cool. And I loved that match.
It was a great match, and I was really proud of it. There was definitely a moment where I was like, okay, I'm in here with a pro fighter, and I'm getting kind of like he hit me. I can't remember which specific punch he hit me with. I think
I think it was an uppercut, but he like blasted me a bit.
Yeah. So
and that was the one. Like, if you look at me before and after that moment, my stance changes.
Activate.
Like I'm like, oh fuck.
Oh, it's happening.
So it wasn't quite an activation, because an activation is something that happened later.
Okay.
This was more like self-preservation. Like, okay, I'm in the ring with something real fucking dangerous, you know?
Yeah.
And like I definitely I tagged him with a couple of good shots as well, but that is where the skill gap became evident. Whereas with the body spar, it wasn't so much.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah. No, so he was real loose on his feet, and you can see like it kind of gets wild because at some point he starts working at his like a mashiba like flicker.
He starts to have fun,
right,
and I'm like, shit.
Like, oh, he's enjoying this, right? And I'm also like, oh my god, like we're doing anime shit at this very serious gym, like dear god. But for the most part, when Lou sat down and was like, okay, you guys. So we got to the end of that training session, and we hit the bags, we put everything into it, we did the shadow boxing, we did the skipping, and we're just like, okay, now that you're all warmed up, you're at the end of this full, like, I guess half hour or so of going at it, he sits there and he goes, entertain me.
Oh my god, it was the coolest fucking...
Yeah,
so genuinely, at the end of me and James's match, he goes, I am entertained. And I was like, yes.
Yeah, let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Yeah, no. I mean, again, hitting the mats, the hitting the mitts with him in the gym and just getting pointers and stuff is such a great time. I love it.
And I got to step in the ring with James as well, and like James, James hasn't like sparred a whole lot. This is
Little V.
But it was still just super fun getting to share that moment with him.
Mm-hmm.
And then like I got to spar Foxcade as well. And like whenever I do any like, so I've rolled with Foxcade before, and whenever I do anything with Foxcade, I am reminded how fucking strong that dude is. Jesus Christ. He's just got this Viking build and every inch of it muscle.
And he lifts for like half the week. He spent like literally I think like 3 or 4 days a week he's lifting. You know what I mean? No, so it's clear.
It's and like I know he doesn't work on a farm or anything, but it is farm.
Yeah. Working on the boat.
Just fucking raw muscle and fuck. So like, as you know, a smaller person, he is totally the kind of like opponent I'm fighting where I'm like, I can't take like one good shot here.
Right. Right. So that was fun because my first one was actually against him. So we went in and did a body spar with each other, and that was like warming up and kind of me getting the feel of it. And yeah, we just laid some big ones in.
That was a fun fight.
It was big boy swinging, and quite a few of them were just like, okay, there's a couple of these where we're both going to the body and like almost like yin yang, like just like get a counter if you can, but we laid it in. And I feel like we both kind of just like moved in and just lumbered. One thing for sure I felt going in though, and that I learned very quickly was like, oh man, it is one thing to get the perfect form of everything, get your shoulder right, rotate, hip rotation, arm, wrist, head, snap back, all of these things going through your brain when you want to throw the perfect punch. And then you get in that ring and you're like, oh fuck, I'm thinking of a billion things right now. I'm trying to look at where your shoulders are. I'm trying to make sure my feet are correct. I'm trying to keep my chin tucked in. All the tips I remember hearing from the coach over the years are all coming together, and you're getting a fraction of that information out while throwing your best, and oh boy, did I feel stiff.
Yeah,
and
sure.
I feel like I just locked in there and was like, don't like just kind of, you're just going to protect your body. And it is like body sparring is kind of cheating in a way.
You can cheat with body sparring.
You can just protect the body.
You can just turtle up.
And I just kind of locked into that position, and I wasn't loose. I wasn't moving. Defensive thought was like, not fully there. But I just, and like looking back and seeing it, I can see like, yep, this is a different ball game once you're sparring with somebody.
Totally.
Yep. It's the difference between like hitting the training mode and doing combo training on your own, doing combo trials and hitting training mode against the dummy, and then fighting a live opponent.
I mean, it is literally exactly.
It's 100% that. It's a different world.
And then like if you're fighting someone experienced and you're getting smacked, you're getting those white flashes. It's like it is something else.
So one thing that was fun too as well was like like you said, like Little V getting in there. was also like, you know, he was new and getting a feel for it, but like I feel like he's got that height and he's got that reach, you know. So like a lot of the stuff we're doing, I'm kind of imagining him like, oh yeah, like just add a little bit of time to that and you can watch that fist hit you from super far away.
I think if like, I don't know if he's like interested in like continuing to like develop sparring. If James like committed himself, he'd become a long distance nightmare.
He's got the reach and the height. It'd be so sick, yeah. And he's got the pink gloves.
So sick.
He's doing it. So yeah, with the power of metal, I believe. You know, and then we got in there.
We got in the ring.
And we did 2 little body spar matches. And it was funny.
How'd you feel after those?
I mean, when we got in, it was funny because like we both went to our corners and kind of put arms up, and then Lou's like, "Yo, the energy changed."
I couldn't. It's like I wasn't doing any kayfabe shit there, but like,
yeah, I was just going in. I was just basically getting ready to go, you know. And he's like, "Yo, the energy changed. There's something going on. Y'all hate each other? Are you friends? You know, you got a little something."
Well, that's a complicated question.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and I kind of, and he's like, "Is there something going on between y'all?" And I was like, "Kind of, but you know, it's fine. You know, we're here." And then he's like, "All right, well, let's go then." You know, and we got in there and did it. And I was like, "Ooh, okay, I can feel what's going on." And even as locked up as I was, and as little as I got done, I definitely got that feel that I'm like, oh shit, John's fast. Oh shit, John can move and like he can dish. And you are in there holding your own, fighting. I felt it.
Thank you. That means a lot. Yeah, you know, like I have been fighting for a really long time. Like I took up Taekwondo when I was like 15.
Black belt.
Something like a black belt in Taekwondo. Like Taekwondo is not the best system for fighting, but I was fighting every week. You know, like 2-minute rounds, basically kind of semi-kickboxing rules. And then I dropped that for a long time. Then I picked up jiu-jitsu and, you know, 6-7 years of jiu-jitsu at this point, fighting every week, you know. So like I am used to it.
Combat experience. You have looked down opponents and gone in.
Yeah. And I would say with boxing, like, you know, like there's definitely holes in my game for sure. And like it's worth saying we're both beginners.
Oh,
like I've
infinitely.
been boxing for maybe 7 or 8 months at this point, and like consistently sparring for maybe half that.
Yeah.
And
versus
so like there's holes all over the place. But 1 or 2 of my trainers have kind of said to me like, your jabs are really special. Like, you know, you actually have a pretty strong jab and like stuff like that, you know? So like there's, I think it is just, it's something that I have taken to and something I really love and something I enjoy a lot. So, and you probably noticed I fucking love slipping punches.
Yeah.
That's like one of my favorite things.
It feels really good. It feels really good. Like, whoop, bah, you know?
Yeah.
And, you know, but I definitely, I got to feel that. I felt some of that impact, you know? Felt it to the body, took a couple, and was like, okay, we're getting peppered up a bit, and I'm gonna have to think about just kind of how to get in, how to catch you, and how to make, if I get you, how to make you feel it. You
totally.
know, I know that I have, you know, I think I've got like essentially like the difference between us. There's a size difference, there's a weight difference,
yeah.
And you know, my hope is that like, you know, okay, I'll use that to my advantage if I can get you, you know? But it felt fun to get in there a little bit and kind of like see what's going on.
Yeah, and I think it was interesting because like over the 2 rounds, at the like last 30 seconds of the last one, like I could tell you were gassed. And at that point I was like, okay, I want to really lay it in and see if Woolie can keep going, you know? And like that was out of respect more than anything else. That was like, I want to give him the opportunity to do this. And so like I did, and I came at you with some heavy shots and you didn't go down and you didn't give up. And I thought that was super fucking cool.
Well, yeah, thanks. I mean, I really would not have wanted to. Like I would have that's one of those, if I felt like oh shit, my body's like crumpling, that's an Ippo, like the boot at the last second kind of moment, like no, not like that. But I definitely felt my gas tank emptying, and I know that like I'm like, okay, once upon a time, you were able to make it to the end of one of these classes and still be able to talk and have your wits about you. And then more recently, you'd make it to the end and be like, okay, oh boy, you know, I'm pretty dead. I'm pretty beat, you know? So I'm glad I was able to like, yeah, kind of get to the end of that. Starting the spar tired and ending it tired, and like stayed on my feet and got in there. Even if I'm kind of like, okay, I'm starting to throw less and I'm more just kind of defending right now, you know? But I feel like that was a amuse-bouche.
Yeah. So like I loved those 2 rounds. I thought they felt great. But I feel like when we both watched back the footage, it's like,
yes,
man, this doesn't look how it felt. Like, it just didn't really... I don't think, like, the footage we got... Body sparring is not the most impressive thing to watch, generally.
It's what is smart for beginners.
Definitely.
But I think I went home and I slept on it, and you slept on it, and I woke up and I sent you a message in the morning, and I said, we can do more.
Definitely. And I would say this was maybe compounded a little by the fact that we put out our face-to-face picture and people lost their fucking mind.
We can take it further beyond. Yes. And you know, we did discuss it, and just being full transparency on that. It's like, okay, we didn't, you know, Punch Mom pointed out, she's like, you didn't necessarily have the last episode end with you going, hey, I'm gonna come over there and you guys are gonna spar and like have a fun experience together, and boy, is that gonna be a good time. You said, I'm coming over there and we're gonna fight.
Yep.
And that is exactly what people expected, and that is what I want to deliver.
Yeah.
So we said, hold on.
And before the main event,
of course,
we had another session. And that was with Command Grab James over at 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu.
Indeed.
And we met a second Lou. And if Boxing Lou was fire, Jiu-Jitsu Lou was water. Just the chillest, coolest fucking dude. I had so much, so patient in art and like putting up with our bullshit and all the kind of things we were doing, and it was really cool to meet him.
Yeah, that's 10th Planet Monkland. That is James, Command Grab James' home gym, and you know, some people were speculating on it, and it's you can imagine it's like, hey, like if you're coming over here and we're gonna box, that's more so the thing I showed you.
Yep.
And Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is what you showed me, so it makes sense that we get a little sampler of both going.
Yep.
So
did we mention Boxing Lou's gym name?
Yes, UD Performance is
Underdog.
Yep, that's what the original business was. UD Performance. You know, again, shout outs to them. That fucking sick church basement, 550 Richmond. You know, that's where it is. And in fact, we had a UMAD fighting game tournament in the church above as a venue at one point. So like that's a venue that gets used every once in a while for that. And then right underneath it, you just got some good mitt work going, some good punches getting thrown. So absolutely shout outs to them. And then yes, as we took it to stage 2, as we took a look at the 10th Planet Monkland no-gi gym.
No gi.
We went for a roll. Let's see how it went.
means you didn't teach me anything with standing.
Okay.
Give you a little break there.
Is this the best Canada has to offer?
Taking your boob out the way.
What's that quote from Halloween? First I tried to resist him, then I just tried to survive him.
So, yeah, thank you, man.
That's about right.
Mm-hmm. Turns out everyone got their ass kicked. That was an interesting experience. I guess Woolie, take us through it.
I mean, look, I don't know what else there is to say, but like I remember when I rolled up with James the first time, and you know, he showed me a couple cool moves and he gave me a couple pointers, but it's ultimately, it's such a different thing from boxing. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, boxing is a couple of punches and you learn them really, really well. And once you have a couple of those moves in your arsenal, you can put them together for a ton of combinations, but the fundamentals are, you know, getting in, getting out.
Yeah, like
right?
At the end of the day, it's jab, straight, like hook, uppercut.
Jab, hook, uppercut,
Like, there's
you know.
variations on each.
Yeah.
That's it.
You know, overhand right, step jab, you know, all these different things to it. But ultimately, like the sweet science, as they say, is going to be you learning those fundamentals and applying those fundamentals and getting in and getting out, you know? And Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is like if boxing is like call and response, right? Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is a conversation.
Yes, completely.
That is just ongoing, and you're like, to this way, and you're like, well, what about that? And you're like, I thought about that in this, and you're like, well, hold on though. And that's what's happening, but what you don't always realize is your body is super tired exerting and lifting and rotating yourself and the person into position. So like there's always a different group of muscles working the whole time you're rolling with somebody.
Oh, the rolling is the deepest tiredness I've ever felt. Yeah, it is brutal.
And so, you know, one thing I knew is like, okay, I don't know any moves. I don't know any of these things. I learned one or two things from Command Garb James. But for the most part, I'm going to just try to survive, but I'm going to try to go for things, right? I don't know why, but I'm going to try to control your arm. I'm going to try to go for your leg. I'm going to try to position myself in what I think is an advantageous way and just try to manipulate you while moving around or getting out of what you're trying to make me do. But I don't know what the point is yet or why I'm doing it. And somewhere in there, I'm like, double leg takedown. You know, and I got one.
You did.
I got one. And immediately, just straight into the tap, you know. And I'm like, yeah, what are you going to do, right?
I mean, so, okay, here's the thing. In Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, I fight a lot of guys bigger than me. And I think a lot of them are like, okay, I'm going to bum rush this person. I'm going to smash their guard and come over into side control or full mount and tap them out. And I'm just waiting for the guillotine every time. And like, I had an idea that's probably how it was going to go at you. And then you pretty much told me in the car ride over.
I was planning to start with that no matter what, because it's one of two things that Command Grab James showed me.
But I mean,
and I forgot the second one.
What I would say is like, if you look at the actual double leg, like the actual charge, the kind of tackle, solid, like full on took me off my knees. Like off my legs. Like I had like, you know, by the time we hit the ground, my plan was nearly complete.
Yes.
But I was like, okay. Like, even if you listen to everyone in the gym was like, oh, you know.
But, you know, I feel like, what then followed was a nice little, and this is something about BJJ that is very, you know, new to me, is the experience of like tap and keep going and tap and keep going. And literally it was like 3 minutes, 3 taps, you know? And we talked about it a little bit afterwards too, where I was just kind of like, I definitely was thinking that like, okay, I could definitely do less and try to just get manipulated less and use my weight and size to make it harder for you to do anything that you can do.
Yeah, and you probably could have held out a bit longer.
Yeah. You know, as a blue, right? Belt. And I felt though that like, well, fuck it. Nah, just go for some stuff, you know?
You are right. And like, all you're really doing is adding time onto the clock. I'm gonna get you. You know, like it's you're delaying the inevitable, but the inevitable is the inevitable.
So yeah, I wanted to see what would happen if, you know, like, okay, I could just throw my arm out there and like try to get you moving this way, but like, oh, I'm also setting myself up for some type of insane armbar. There's some really cool things to learn though, where like just putting your heel on someone's hip is a shield against everything. Well, that's not true because clearly there's counters for everything. But it's crazy how much you can control a person just putting your foot on their hips.
One of the things that I think was slowest for me to learn in jiu-jitsu was how important a knee shield is and how much you can do it. Because you realize all of a sudden you're like, when you think of grappling, you think of arms, you think of hands, you think of like throwing someone. What you don't think of is like how 4 limbs is always going to be 2.
Yep.
And even like there was one part, I think you kind of charged me and I kind of tossed you up and over. That was all legs.
Okay. Yeah, it was like, okay, I can feel this. I can feel how little I know about what to do and where things go, but we got it in there. It was fun to do it. And a little bit after that, Little V Mill stepped in and, definitely like learned a little bit, did a kind of like a soft roll, as you guys call it,
Yeah, I think because he was like a little less practiced with combat stuff. We just took it real light.
And, kind of came away going like, hey, you know what? As a musician, I need my fingers. I need I need my hands.
This is cool.
No,
thank you.
And I was like, well, you could always roll your head on the mat and get some cauliflower ear if you would like it. He's like, I need those too. And I was like, damn, narts.
Also rolled with Fox.
Yes,
and
as did I.
That was like an interesting one because Fox, like as I said, so fucking strong. And like, still able to get him, still able to tap him, but he was doing the opposite approach to you. He wasn't trying stuff, he was staying right here, which meant that like he was giving me very few openings to do anything. And that was impressive. Like he is just that strong. And so I think me and him were rolling for like 7 minutes. And I tapped him out.
That's it. We like every other roll is like 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and then that one is 7 to the point where the class was getting started, and they're like, "Yo, is there a time limit?" Or because he stayed in.
And I think I tapped him about 3 times in that 7 minutes.
Okay.
Where like most beginners, like I could tap them way more than that, but it's a combination of Fox knowing how to be that defensive and also just being a fucking beast of a man.
So that was real fun. And I and I also appreciate now that I've gone more than once. I've gone there a couple times, and the flow of the actual class, when they're like, okay, everyone take a sec, I'm going to show you how to work through one move. And then after you work through that move, we're going to see what comes next. And the hour is spent learning almost like a full combo in a way.
Yeah. And like the thing the kind of some of the stuff I learned was, I don't even know what they're called, but they were so fucking cool. I cannot wait to put them back to use in my gym.
And then you and James got into it, and we got to see some shit.
Oh, man. So, like, I said this to you. The difference between me and you is so much shorter than the distance between me and James.
Damn,
like,
man.
You
That's
could,
crazy.
in theory, maybe, like, catch up to me if you blasted it. There's no conceivable way for me to catch up to James.
That's crazy.
Like, he's just a fucking phenom.
That's crazy. Okay. And I mean, I could see some of those moments where, like, I was talking about, like, when he had rear control, he had your back, basically, and he was over you. And, like, you were, like, moving backwards, and he was like, no.
Yep.
And you were, like, to the left, and he's like, nuh-uh. And you're like, to the right? He's like, that's not it.
I believe the analogy I used against you, it was like swimming in an ocean of darkness and going this way and being like, maybe there's something I can grab onto here and nothing. And like, I'm not like an amazing jiu-jitsu practitioner, especially when you get into the realm of professionals, but I can usually hold my own at least and know I got whomped like repeatedly by James. And like there was one bit in the video, he asked me to take this out because he was embarrassed. He got me with a standing fucking wrist slap and like just took me out like that. And like normally I would never get hit by something like that, but the thing was at that point, like fuck the physical exhaustion, the mental drain of trying to like of this fucking Rubik's Cube tapping you out over and over and over, and I was just so susceptible, and oh my god. But like At the same time, it was an awesome fucking role. Like, it was great, and it was really cool getting to fight someone that strong.
Yeah, I really feel like it was fun to watch y'all going for it and seeing the different levels at play, right? Where it's like, okay, you know things and you're applying those things, and he seems to have answers to all of those things. And there's these moments where you you guys are like coming off the wall. Mm-hmm. There's a wall play involved. When that wrist thing happened, I was like, I don't know what happened. I just heard him go jujitsu, and then you were like, God fucking damn it!
And he was like, "Give me your blue belt."
I'm taking your blue belt. Yeah, and I was like, "What just happened?" I didn't see it, and I'm just like, I'm Yamcha going, I can't keep up. You know, like what? Where'd they go?
Remember, you asked me to show you it afterwards. I was like, "It's literally just this." You were like, "Oh,
yeah," and I was always like, "Shit!" Like, I wish he showed me that shit so I could have gone for it. Just, I know, just to see.
I like literally, if you had tried that, I would swat you off and be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like, that would have been it.
But the fact that it's even a thing, you know what I mean? Yeah, this is, I don't know what the equivalent here would be, but just, I got a Galactica Phantom, like a super that just takes 10 years to start up. And,
no, not even. It's killing someone with a taunt.
Okay. Throwing a rose. Yeah. All right. No, it was, that was something. That was a lot of fun too. Got to rolling with Shane as well. And at some point we stopped. We started a little bit. We did like a minute or so. And then we stopped because he noticed something going on his leg. And I mean, if we could take a look over here, I don't know if we have like when it first happened, but we have the aftermath.
Maybe if you're a little squeamish, look away for like 20 seconds.
Yeah, but Foxcade, you can show him what's going on, right? Look at that. I don't know what happened. We don't know what happened. We were like, maybe we should check the footage to see what happened. All we kind of knew, I said, hey, let me go get you some ice. And I stepped out and I got him some ice. All we surmised was essentially that, like, after we had just grabbed each other for like a minute or so, and we didn't touch each other's feet at all. We just touched hands and body and head up here. We were like, oh, well, perhaps it was that really long 7-minute roll that you were trying a lot of stuff on that, like, maybe something happened. That was just the thought.
That was not a thought. This was something that was repeatedly fucking brought up over just a thought. Oh, we maybe wondered perchance. No, every fucking like multiple times over the next couple of days, because John injured Foxcade, and it's like it drove me fucking insane. Okay? Here's what I watched. Okay, I watched two fucking gorilla men fight. Okay, and then at one point, Woolie reaches down and he grabs Foxcade's ankle and he lifts him up. And do you ever see like Bane breaking Batman's leg? Woolie fucking does that to Foxcade's leg. Okay? And then Foxcade goes, my leg. And Woolie stands there for a second and I see the lights kind of going in his eyes. And then he goes, I think John did it. And Foxcade is such a gormless, hapless, easily manipulated motherfucker that he goes, yeah. John did. This
I'll have you know
fucker right here tried to blame me.
Listen.
Woolie, did you have a bruise on your leg when Foxcade had a bruise on his leg?
I did find there was a bruise there.
Do you think it's possible, sir, that you clasped legs at some point?
No, because we literally did not.
So where did your bruise come from?
We did not touch legs.
Where did your bruise come from?
I think my bruise came from a foot doing was it called a heel hook? Is it heel hooking?
Heel hooks don't do that.
I don't know.
If that happened, I don't know. A million of them all the time.
So what I'm learning is that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu players, is that the correct term? Sometimes like people call them.
I'm fucking too mad to be accurate.
I think that I'm learning that players of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu are very, very sensitive about hurting their training partners and don't want that put on them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know what else they're sensitive to? Fucking lies.
We don't know what happened.
I know.
And I have
no one got hurt in my roles.
Okay, we'll just have to check the footage.
Check the footage.
We'll have to find out later, because we have a lot of it recorded. We can see
the idea that Fox could take an injury like that and keep going It happened during your match.
We went for about a minute and some, and we never touched each other's feet, and we stopped when he noticed that big swelling was happening. So that's all I know. We both were confused.
Bullshit.
There's two of us confused here. If one of us was like, no, clearly, but we weren't. We both went, well, that's weird. I didn't touch your leg. You didn't touch mine.
I've never injured nobody.
How would that? I'm not. We're not.
My record stands.
Okay.
I'm a friendly role.
We don't know what happened, and we can use a timeout.
I know what did not happen.
We can use a timeout to check the tapes, like in the NFL, but that can be sorted out another time. All right. Nobody. We can. I'll take a look at the.
Fox could have a lawsuit against you.
I can review the footage.
Fox.
John, listen, I'm going to review the footage and our findings will be, our fact-finding mission will be complete at a later date.
No.
All right?
Commissions cannot, you cannot be the commission investigating yourself.
Well, fortunately, we all have access to the footage now, don't we?
I'm busy.
All right. Well, we'll leave it at that then.
We'll leave it at that.
A mystery.
Super good time had at 10th Planet.
Yes. But we were not satisfied.
No. We know we could take this further. And we did.
I knew a place that was potentially final battle material.
I got a note under my door that said Hangman's Field, midnight.
Now,
and I messaged Woolie and I said, if it's midnight, we won't be able to see anything. And then a second note slid under the door that said 12 noon. And I was like, okay.
Now, without anything else, without further ado, all I can say is we decided to step up and do it for real.
For real.
Ladies and gentlemen, Woolie versus John.
It didn't have to be this way.
Yeah, it did.
Round one. Fight. Round two. So remember, no surrender. My defining moment. I will stand up, overcome my past. This is different to the end. Every forever. No surrender. Now or never. My last stand. destruction. Our destiny is my connection now. A feeling in my soul. It's beyond the reach of most mere mortals. So remember, no surrender. My defining moment. I will stand up, overcome my past. This is different to the end. If it takes forever, no surrender. Now or never.
Round 4.
That voice is telling me to take a stand and not back down now. Today and evermore, can't take this anymore. I'll make my choice for good or evil. In times of conflict and destruction,
Final round. Fight.
our destiny is my connection now. A feeling in my soul. It's beyond the reach of most mere mortals. So remember, no surrender. My defining moment. I will stand up, overcome my past. This is different to the end. If it takes forever, no surrender. Now or never, my last
Oh. Okay.
You got me. you got me. And that felt amazing. That was a whole lot of fun.
So look, like, neither of us are incredible boxers at all. Like, there's a ton of times in that fight where, like, my chin is hanging out, or, like, my guard drops too low, and, like, there's that spin that makes me want to fucking die. For the record, I slipped and during the recovery span around.
Yeah.
I would never do that in a normal
Yeah, and I'm like, don't rabbit punch. Don't rabbit punch. Just do whatever you can, you know.
Well, okay, like let's take it from the beginning. I was shitting it going into this fight.
I was pretty nervous. I was pretty nervous because, let's be real, we kind of were like, we're stepping it up. We're trying to deliver on what we're supposed to here. We want to get this and we want to make it like, we want to make this what it should be.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that you felt the same way I did about it.
Definitely.
And you know, we got a venue, and I was like, damn, I hope it rains.
We were really hoping for rain. Oh.
But nonetheless, we got a beautiful day.
Yeah.
And we got out there, and, you know, Foxcade and Command Grab James, again, shout outs to them. They came out and just kind of helped with the, you know, with the filming of it and timing. And we just went for it. And that is, you know, I've been talking about it, but that's the first spar with like head in play that I've ever done. That's my first time doing a full spar. I've never, you know.
Yeah, I don't know how we're going to cut it up in the footage, but we did 5 rounds.
We did 5 rounds.
Yep. And that is, I guess, like the first boxing match I've ever had. Because I do spar, but it's like spar, switch partner, spar, switch partner, spar, switch partner, you know?
Yeah, I think we kind of were like, okay, like we're going to go in, we're going to do this. You know, there's obviously a concern for safety. So, you know, we had our mouthpieces in.
Yeah, and what I'd say, like, we weren't trying to kill each other. But we were not going soft either. Like, both of us ate some proper shots there.
Yeah, the idea was like, I'm not trying to take your head off, and neither are you trying to take mine off. But like, we're going for it, and also going to the body. It's like you can let it rock a little bit. You know, you're taking it downstairs. So that was kind of what we did. And yes, I told you, I looked at you and I went, oh yeah, I guess I'm kind of nervous going in. You know,
yeah, I think we did
which I don't say. That's not a thing.
We did a little warm up spar, and I thought you maybe seemed a little spooked, and I was really like, okay, because like whatever about winners and losers, I genuinely, like, if you've ever heard me talk about martial arts, I don't fucking care. I care about the fight, and I care about the experience of being there with a person. And I could see you, like, you got quite nervous at the start, and I was just like, okay, just like, I didn't say it, it was like, push through. There's something so fucking cool on the other end here.
Yeah, and Command Grab James was talking about the adrenaline dump.
Yes.
You know? And we went and we had a couple of those rounds, and, you know, I definitely felt, again, I was tight again. And I was like, wait, no, this is the same mistake you were making last time. Loosen up, right? Get your feet moving, step into it a little bit, step out. Just use some of what you learned against, you know, like just a buyer, like learning off of mitts and bags, just some of it, just get some of that in there, try to move around and go for it. And I definitely felt right off the bat, I'm like, okay, yeah, we're warming up, we're getting better. I noticed too that I was like, oh, we got no ropes, we got no ring. You are going to be able to move and swim and dance, and I am going to be chasing. And like, you're going to just wait for me to leave myself out there and tag, you know? And boy, did you ever. Like, you correctly strategized that and had me basically like a bull charging forward, trying to swing slowly, you know, while you were just like, tap, tap, let's go. And there were a couple that landed, and 1 or 2 where it was like, oh, we're here.
Yes.
Right? There was certainly a moment of I felt it, and I was like, oh, that didn't hurt. We're okay. Let's go.
Like, see, that's that's something that's so hard to communicate to people sometimes. Getting punched in the face is not that bad.
Yeah,
especially with boxing gloves, right? Like, and when you're in the moment,
no. Now hold on, everybody. We're not saying that you should go out and do anything stupid. We are not advising anyone.
No, this is purely in the realm of enjoyable.
Don't try this at home.
Combat.
Don't try this at home. WWE message, whatever, kids.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, yada yada.
But I guess what I'd say is, like, so say if someone came up and punched me in the face right now, I'd be like, ow, what? But in the middle of like a match like that, when the adrenaline's flowing and I'm looking for it, it's just a detail.
That's it.
It's just a detail.
Yeah.
It's just like, okay, got some data there. Time to adjust, you know?
And there was definitely like, I was like, okay, listen, let me just get in there and let me try to land something. And I learned very quickly that I was like, I am not able to keep up with that speed. I'm not able to walk you down to a corner. So at some point I made the decision to kind of just go, I got to take one and give one back. I have to wait till you're in. I have to let you go first. And then I got to go, now's my chance. And that's it. That's boxing, right? And ultimately.
You did land some. Like, there was, I think it was maybe the 4th round. you landed a really tidy 1-2. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
There was a hook. And I think that was the one where I saw you smile.
Okay, we'll get to that. That was the last round.
Okay. Yeah, there was a 1-2 in like the first round, and then a couple of others here and there, kind of glancing shots, you know. But like you also were like, you got my body like with a clean and I was like, oh. There was at one point I was like, I felt that, and I was like, yep, okay, that's the one I'm gonna need to sit down on when the round's done. Not yet. Stay in there. But when that bell happens, I'm gonna need a minute, you know.
So I think for me, there was a moment in the third round, and I think I hit you with a hook to the face, and I could see you kind of stunned for a second, and then I saw you literally like, like you made a noise, like, and that was the moment I looked at, and I was like, fuck yeah, he's enjoying it.
Yeah, I was like, oh,
like, yeah, he's feeling it.
That was let's go. That was,
and it's like, okay, like, Woolie, this is the gate I wanted to bring you to,
right?
And now you just got to walk
through it,
right? And like from there, it just became incredibly fun.
Yeah,
you know, and it's like from there, all like so, like I'm not an amazing boxer, but
nope, terrible
at all.
I'm bad. It's the worst ever. I don't know what I'm doing. First time ever.
I was conscious that like I have a long history of martial arts, and like I've taken to boxing. I love boxing, and I didn't want to put you in a position where you were like uncomfortable or like excessively nervous or anything. And so there was a part of me that's like, I don't want to go in and like ruin this for Woolie. Like I don't want to hit you too hard. And, you know.
Yeah.
And when we hit that moment, all those fears fell away, and it's like, now we can fight.
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean. That is, you know, that speaks quite a bit of your character, of being concerned about that. I assure you that, you know, that wouldn't be something to ruin it, so to speak, for me. The only thing I'm truly concerned about, one of the main things I'm concerned about is I'm just like, just don't be a clown after you got this proper, like you got like a legit place that teaches you and shows you cool stuff, and I'm just like, let's just not be embarrassing, you know. I kind of had that in my brain a little bit.
Do you mean like me being a clown, or you being
me, you know? And I'm kind of and again, like I'm like, just try to remember the basics of CQC, right? That's it, and then go in there and have some fun, which I think we did. And yeah, there was that point where it was like, you know, we went into the final, and we were gonna go for 3.
Yeah, we were gonna go for 3, but then you just started feeling it in the third, and I knew we couldn't stop there.
And I was like, let's go again, you know?
So keen, yeah.
You know, and
that
then
was so awesome.
And then I was like, and then I got that body shot, and I was like, okay, give that a sec. And then I was like, nah, fight forever, you know? And then we went into the 5th, and I was feeling the gas too. Like I was starting to really feel tired, but I was like, I wanted to get more, and I could feel, again, getting a little bit more loose, but also I'm going to start throwing, you know, some lighter punches because my arms are getting heavy. And I was really just like, okay, I don't have many left, but let me wait till you come in.
You were doing your tactic. You were gonna take one and give one.
That's all I thought, you know. And you can see me slowing down. You can see the sluggishness. You can see the weights.
And just for the record as well, like with me, I wasn't like, this was not a situation without danger for me, because I'm very conscious that like, well, like not only like are you bigger than me, you do hit very hard. You know, like in a really fucking cool way. So like there's one.
Thank you.
So like we were actually talking this morning, and I think I'm in more pain than you. Like even
you were
like,
mentioning
you did get me with one here, and like here is kind of sore, and like there was a small bit of swelling. There was another one where like you hit me with a hook, and I like blocked it like that. This forearm is still like sore.
Okay.
You know. So like I was conscious that like while I was landing a few all right, and like I was dodging.
Yeah.
All it would take are 1 or 2 big hits, and I could be in trouble.
Right. Okay. I see what you mean.
You did in that 5th round.
Yeah.
Land a big hit.
There was one there. I'll say for the record, like you got me with a 3-piece up top, and that stomach blow were the ones that I walked away going like, ooh, give me that Tylenol for a sec. Let's just, you know. But later that night, I was like, okay, no, that was fun, and like we were passing. Like, yeah, I do feel okay now. But there was that one big one, and got a hook, and
a meaty hook.
It was immediate, yeah.
You got some body weight behind it,
and so
like it rocked me a little bit for sure.
So there's a little bit of that, like, okay, if I'm doing what I'm learning properly, I'm throwing my hips into it as well, right? You want to make sure to do that and then follow through and then get back out. But I also know that, like, with this, there's a little bit of like, if we're trying to, again, not decapitate each other, you're pulling back a little bit, but if you're moving into that direction.
So remember I was saying this to you? I was like you were saying, okay, well, we'll both go, you know, like 60, 70%. And I was saying to you, we can absolutely do that. But when a punch is going this way and a person is moving forward, 60% can very easily become 110%.
Right? It's parked car versus oncoming traffic.
Yes.
And oncoming traffic is full pancaking, right? So that was one of those things, and well, that left a mark.
Totally.
I did not mean for that to happen.
So,
but sure enough.
In fairness, Woolie, in the beginning of all this, you said, I'm going to make you bleed.
I did say those words.
And it did. That opened up a cut behind this ear that pumped blood for a little bit, which I think is fucking awesome. Like, that was rad.
I mean, look, I know that we're not trying to walk in here losing a tooth or you know, or so, but like, yeah, you're like, hey, yo, we did this, you know, something happened.
Totally.
No, it was great. And I feel, you know, by the end of that, I left it all on the floor. I did everything I could.
That was like maybe halfway into that last round.
Yeah, because after I landed that, I saw John smile. I saw the mouth guard just, whoa, you know, and like the eyes lit up and he's like, let's go, you know?
So, yeah. I want to try and convey what that smile was, you know, because to me, it's like when I fight and like really, really get into it, it's like entering a space. It's like entering this, like it's flow state.
It's flow state.
Right?
It's flow state.
You know?
Especially when you already have practiced the activities and you know what you're doing.
Totally. And it's just like nothing is real besides the fight, you know? And I think, you know, for the first couple of rounds of that fight, you were like in your head.
Oh, yeah.
You were figuring it out and you were like kind of, you know, trying not to get too hurt and stuff. And then the third round is when, Woolie's at the door. Like Woolie's at the gate. That moment you hit me with that hook, it was like, now you're here too. And that was like when you've been friends with someone for 4 years. And to exist in that space with them and for you both to be like, okay,
let's flow.
We're fighting, we're going. And so I will say, I knew there was 30 seconds left and I did, you know, let off the brakes a little bit.
Let's go. Dial it up. Let's do it. Hell yeah.
But that was like an even more extreme version of, I guess, the last minute of the body spar where I was like, okay, Woolie, this is genuinely how I feel about it. This is going to sound psychotic to some people. And there is no malevolence here. Like, there's no anger. It's not even a violent thing. It's like, I really appreciate you showing me that. And now I want to show you some stuff.
Right.
And so, like, I came at you with some, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I got lit. And I was like, ooh, let's go, right? And then I put my guard up. And then you're like, your guard's up. I'm going to get under that. And then the upper. And I was like, you know? And I was like, okay, no, this is it, right? Call and response, right? I asked you a question and then you answered it.
Yeah.
You know? And then...
But it's like that hook you hit me with was the moment we started speaking the same language.
I think so.
And
I think so.
That is like...
And...
I cannot tell you what that memory means to me now.
And here's the thing. This is also where, right as that's happening, I go, God damn it, my tank is empty. Right? Right as I'm like, and this is where I go, I wish I was conditioned better. I wish I had more gas. I wish I had more energy. I wish I wasn't as tired. I wish I was more in shape. All those thoughts where I'm like, oh no, I want to push more and I don't have it. And you can see me go like, oh, I've only got a few left. And I throw my guard up, right? And I'm there and you can see it, right? You can see me just like trying and like, eventually I'm like, okay, I'm gonna throw one, and we're still moving. The round's not over yet. We're still waiting on that bell, but I'm trying to. And then you can like at some point there's a state change and my hair comes down. That was so like cool. You hit me and it's like, oh, the fucking like right before the moment, like the full animation change,
And like in that last little bit, like I do have to say, like that was the point where I was like, okay, I've shown Woolie what I got, and now we're gonna take it back down. Because Woolie, someday I'm gonna rob your fucking conscience. But I didn't want it like that. But like, I mean, okay, here's the thing, Woolie. Like, I knew going into all this that like I was a more experienced fighter. But it, like, again, it was never about winning or losing for me. Like, I don't, I got my fucking ass kicked by James like twice. I just wanted you to have that experience and to see what fighting is to me. And selfishly, I wanted to exist in that with you. And I'm so fucking happy we got to.
Mission accomplished.
Like, incredible memory formed, right?
Yes, 100,000%. And again, the instinct to push it one more day.
Yep.
And just get that extra going meant all of it. Meant the biggest difference. And that is a fucking phenomenal experience. I've learned so much more about myself and you. And
I guess like on that note, I think the thing that I really respect is just that like it's with the jiu-jitsu, you were willing to try stuff, and you were willing to put yourself out there and get it wrong and figure it out. And I saw that same side of you come out in boxing. And I've talked about this before, but like I love fighting because you see sides of people that you're not aware of. And it was awesome getting to see that come out.
You mentioned that like going into it with an approach where you're like not as defensive and taking more of those risks means that you're going to learn a bit more. You're going to learn quicker from those attempts. And I'm like, oh yeah, that is what I do in fighting games.
Yes.
Right? I jumped where I shouldn't have jumped. Got it. Never going to do that again. Remember that until the circumstance calls for it, but data, because I'm just like, I'm not an improviser. I'm a rehearser, and so I need to kind of see it and do it and try it and get data. That's why I always go on and on and on about, working in the lab, right? I got my little sign here for when the lab is open, right? The lab is open. When I'm going into training room, I'm going to be practicing all I can because, I need to see it once before I fully internalize it. And I'm glad that is conducive to improvement.
Totally.
So on that note, see you next year.
Next year.
Let's rank this shit.
Okay, look, I gotta be real. Smile that you're here too. My favorite moment of this podcast.
Can we cut the shit? Can we just cut the shit and put this at number one?
Number one.
We're out of here. let's just cut the shit.
That was some real life shit. I just want to say as well, like in the run up to this, I saw so many people being like, John's dead. And like, I get it. And like, I get that like I'm a smaller person. I'm not like a big guy or anything. But like,
let me underline once again. John is legit. That is real. That is movement. That is power. That is force. I felt it as a bigger dude that has you outweighed, outclassed, outreached. I absolutely felt that shit.
Thank you, Woolie. That means a lot.
Make no mistake.
The only thing I'd say is like, I don't train 4 times a week to fight people my own size. And like, if people are a smaller size, don't let that stop you getting into fighting. It is the best. And like, slowly building yourself up to the point that like you can take people bigger than you is the most amazing fucking feeling. And like whenever we're in the gym, whenever like I'm in training in the gym and like there's a big guy there that like I haven't fought before, I can't fucking wait to fight him. And I don't always win, but sometimes I do, and that is the sickest feeling. So yeah.
I envy how you've gotten to experience this type of feeling through Taekwondo, through Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and now through boxing. You've experienced the same thing in different forms, but you're coming back to that same place.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
It's great. It's fucking cool.
And like I am going to be going back to that place for as long as my body allows.
This is the best possible result from recommending you try out boxing. So with that, your new number one, a true fucking fight.
Hell fucking yeah. This is my favorite thing we've ever done. I'm so happy.
Oh my god. All right.
Okay. Speaking of recommend or die.
I guess it's that time, isn't it?
Uh-huh. So, I might go first.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Entertain me.
Okay, Woolie. So there's two pieces of logic that govern this decision. Number one, I like sometimes when we go deep into our past and pull something obscure and weird out and like try this. And very occasionally I like to do the opposite. And I like to rip something from the headlines and I like to be like, okay, this thing, people are talking. What do we think?
Okay.
Also, I'm just being conscious here that I kind of wanted to recommend you something a little light, something very consumable, something that you could maybe fire out in a couple of afternoons, especially considering, you got some stuff coming.
Got some stuff coming.
And people have very strong feelings about this thing, and I certainly know how I feel about it. And I am so curious to how you're going to feel. Woolie, my recommendation for you, Solo Leveling.
Oh my god. Oh, you teased this earlier. Really?
Yep.
Okay.
So, minimum.
Okay.
First season. 12
Okay.
episodes.
Okay.
If you got time for a little extra, I think if you could make it to like even halfway through season 2.
Okay.
That's to me where the kind of the meat is, but it's not necessary.
Okay. You were like peppering this into the conversations throughout the week.
I have very
but
I'll save my full thoughts for us talking.
That's
about
okay.
It. But
That's okay.
I think this is I think this will be an interesting conversation.
I am not a consumer of isekai, and I feel as if I have I have an open mind that I'm going to go into this with, but I'm hoping that I don't feel that there are derivative things. I hope it doesn't feel.
I could see a reality where you hate this. I could see a reality where a little bit like me, you might like think some of it's garbage and think some of it's like, oh, but I mean this part is okay, and what I will say, that second OP, fucking banger.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, my isekai experience, I've dabbled a little bit. I've watched Hack Sign. Oh God, date yourself, old man. And I watched a couple episodes of Gate. So, Anyway, okay, Solo Leveling, that thing. Yeah, okay. Wow. All right. Okay. My turn?
Uh-huh.
All right. Well, so first off, right, there's my recommendation that I've been thinking about.
Yeah.
And there's also the fact that you, as we've noted earlier, have transgressed against the podcast. And we are not.
Have committed
just
some minor sins.
Keep that in mind.
Okay.
When it comes to the recommendation, here's the deal. Earlier, when you failed to actually do the thing that this podcast is about.
It was a bit of a prank. Like, it wasn't failure. It was a prank.
It was very upsetting.
Fuck. Oh, no.
It was very upsetting because not only did you rob us of a conversation about a show that
I'll watch it for next month, I promise.
You will. But this part of the show was supposed to be the following. This part of the show was supposed to be, John, you once upon a time told me that when you watched and when you read Berserk, that you had never gone further than Morning Dew. And you looked at me and said, together, we will go into the unknown. And that was a first time shared recommendation because you didn't know what lied beyond.
Correct.
This moment was supposed to be me telling you that I have never watched The Guardian Code. This was going to be me telling you that I am handing you the reverse Berserk recommendation of I will drag you with me into this space together.
I took you to heaven, Woolie, and you dragged me to hell?
This was going to be I am making us cross this threshold together.
Now,
but you have ruined all of that.
Now, what I will say is that
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You have ruined it. I am simply stating it for the fact, for the history books, for literal posterity on the way, that the reverse Berserk moment was what I sat here waiting to deliver at this point in time. But alas, here we are, full of spite and unable to move on. So with that, next month, leave it be, come back, and we will talk about Reboot. If you can watch up to 2 seasons, that'd be great. I'd love to talk about more.
I will watch them all.
Do what you can, and we'll actually do what we came here to do on the show, because we didn't get to do that this time. All right? And yeah, you completely spoiled the rest of that, so you double fucked it up.
Okay.
And you see why I was talking around this the whole week.
I see
why I was not able to tell you anything. I'm like, no. Don't you worry about it. We got this. Don't tell me. I won't tell you.
I feel like that motherfucker Fox Kate had both halves of this plan.
So the reverse Berserk now never happens.
I mean, it can still happen.
Let it be. You fucking sinned for the second time. You didn't show up ready to podcast. You didn't do the assignment. And there is always an atonement required for each transgression.
Oh, okay.
You understand this. You know the deal. We talked about this going in when we started the podcast.
I get it.
You hate when I'm a stickler for rules.
Remember the road this put us on, Woolie?
You hate when I'm a stickler for rules.
Okay.
Every time you go on about something and I go, but we said this in the beginning, you hate that. But I stand by what we agreed to when we started this podcast. And that'll never change. So with that, John, your punishment for fucking up the show again is you're going to come fly a kite with me.
What?